blonde is the color of my true love's hair.
I'm the Director of Leadership and Organizational Training here at American Farm Bureau, and I will also be your MC for today's sessions. So boy, do we have a really good session to kick things off. We're going to start with our Farm Bureau Ag Innovation Challenge. Now, if you're not familiar with this type of competitive event, it's a competition where entrepreneurs compete for over $145,000 in startup funds for their idea or for their business. So it's going to be a really fun time here watching those 4 teams compete for that money. Without further ado, I'll bring Chase Heineman up to the stage to kick off our competition.
Well, good morning, everybody. Sorry, I muted myself, just like my mother tries to do. Welcome to the 2026 Ag Innovation Challenge Final 4 pitch competition. As Megan said, I'm Chase Heineman. I'm the Managing Director of Industry Relations here at American Farm Bureau, and I'm delighted to welcome you all here today for another incredible round of innovation and entrepreneurial spirit. The Ag Innovation Challenge is a national business competition showcasing U.S. startups developing innovative solutions that address challenges facing America's farmers and ranchers and the rural communities in which they live. In the program's 12 years, Farm Bureau is proud to have awarded nearly $2 million in prize money. Companies from across the country applied for the challenge earlier this year. The applicant pool was narrowed down to 10 semifinalists, selected and evaluated by Farm Bureau and the Farm Credit's Rural Investment and Innovation Work Group. In September, the 10 semifinalists competed in a virtual competition during which 4 finalist teams, which I'll introduce a little bit later here today, were selected to move forward to the live Final 4 round on stage today. As Final 4 competitors, each of these teams have already been awarded $10,000 in startup financing to help them further their business and deliver the solutions that farmers and ranchers need across the country. Prior to today's competition, each of these teams also went through invaluable trainings and strategy development sessions with our key partners, including Cornell University, Ag Launch, and F3 Tech. I would like to thank each of them for their continued partnership, without which we would not be able to have this incredible program. In just a few minutes, the Final 4 companies will pitch their businesses to all of you and to a team of judges with expertise in agriculture, entrepreneurship, innovation, business development, and agribusiness. Today, the judges will determine the Ag Innovation Challenge winner, who will win a total of $100,000 in prize money to further their business, and the Ag Innovation Challenge runner-up, who will win a total of $25,000. Before we proceed, I'd like to take a moment to thank our challenge sponsors for the invaluable support, generous support that they have provided that allows us to provide these funds to these innovative companies. I would love if our sponsors who are here today could just stand or wave their hand when I name them. Farm Credit, Bayer Crop Science, John Deere, Farm Bureau Bank, Farm Bureau Financial Services, and T-Mobile. This competition would not be possible today without our partnership with Farm Credit. To provide a few thoughts, I would now like to introduce Ann Thompson, who is the Vice President of Young Beginning Farmer Programs and Industry Outreach at Farm Credit Council, and a very dear friend. So, Ann.
Thank you, Chase. Good morning. On behalf of Farm Credit, it is an honor to welcome you to the 2026 Ag Innovation Challenge and help showcase these innovators who are truly shaping the future of rural America. The Ag Innovation Challenge is an excellent reminder of something that Farm Credit understands well. There is a tremendous talent, creativity, and grit in rural America. Rural entrepreneurs don't just build businesses, they build solutions. Solutions born from firsthand experience with the industry, with the land, and with the real challenges facing farmers and ranchers every day. Starting and growing a business in a rural area is not easy. Entrepreneurs often face limited access to capital, smaller networks, infrastructure challenges, significant distance between resources, and yet time and again, rural innovators continue to find a way forward. They see problems not as barriers, but as opportunities. Opportunities to improve productivity, strengthen sustainability, leverage technology, and support those who feed, fuel, and clothe the world. That mindset aligns perfectly with Farm Credit's mission. For over 100 years, Farm Credit has fulfilled its mission to support agriculture in rural communities. Thanks to our cooperative structure, Farm Credit's success is directly tied to the success of our customers. We believe deeply in investing not only in farms and ranches, but also in the entrepreneurs, businesses, and technologies that help them thrive. Today's Final Four teams represent the best of that spirit. Innovators creating practical, scalable solutions for farmers, ranchers, and rural communities. On behalf of Farm Credit, we're proud to support you, to learn from you, and to help connect your ideas with the resources needed to grow. Thank you for being here, for believing in rural America, and for showing us what's possible when innovation meets purpose. We're excited to see what you show us today.
Thank you so much, Ann. Next, I have the great pleasure of introducing last year's winner from GRIP, Tracy Whitmire. And I'd love Tracy to come up here and just have a couple conversations about your experience. So Tracy, thank you for joining us again today. GRIP's, a lot's happened with GRIP recently over the past year, but I'd love to start off with asking you what drew you to the Ag Innovation Challenge to working with Farm Bureau.
Yeah, thanks for having me today. I mean, there's no bigger stage in farming than American Farm Bureau. You know, your access to farmers, to mentors, to people across the industry. That was really what drew us to it. The money helps, of course, but through that entire process, we learned a ton about farming, different nuances, for every different state, and just some mentors along the way to continue to help us out.
Thank you, Tracy. And tell us a little bit about how GRIP has grown in the past year and actually how we've grown the relationship with American Farm Bureau.
Yeah, it's been a great year for us. I mean, part of our strategy, because we're sort of lower cost, reasonable cost for the farmer, is to put partnerships in place to sell through organizations. We immediately put a national partnership in place with Farm Bureau, which we're executing on now. We're powering the scavenger hunt here at the show if anybody's taking part in it. And through that process, we've been able to sort of get distribution down to the farms. We have a number of other partnerships in place, and I'm really happy to report we've tripled revenue in 2025 from where we were when we joined this, when we pitched on stage here last year. So super, super excited about that.
Yes, that is great news. Yes. And Tracy, one final question. As our competitors today look forward, any suggestions, advice you'd like to share with them moving forward?
Yeah, I mean, I'd standing here today like to say it ain't no thing, but I know all the hard work is going to pay off. Now is the time to relax, pitch your vision. You got this, and good luck.
Thank you so much, Tracy. We appreciate it and look forward to seeing even greater things from GRIP. Let's give them a round of applause. I also just want to take a moment of personal privilege and thank the folks that have helped at Farm Bureau put this together. I know I'm up here today, but it would not be possible without my colleague Kylie Shakel on the industry relations team, and Tara Westington Smith, who is not here because she is with her newborn, the cutest baby I've ever seen. But we very much appreciate the work that the AFBF team and of course the conventions team put in this, and our amazing AV team over here. Yes, let's please give them a round of applause. I would now like to introduce our three judges who are up here with me today, who will be making the very, very tough decision about who from the next four teams will take home the prizes. I'd like to start with President Mark McCard, who is the president of Nebraska Farm Bureau. President McHargue has been in various leadership capacities for more than 25 years at Nebraska Farm Bureau and was elected as president in December 2020 and was also elected to the American Farm Bureau Board of Directors in January 2021. On that board, he chairs the Committee on International Trade. Currently, President McHargue sits on several state and national advisory committees, including the Commodity Futures Trading Commission on ag-related issues, as well as an advisor to the Office of President at the University of Nebraska. President McHargue is a fourth-generation farmer from Central City. He and his wife, Judy, have 4 adult children. They have a diversified farming operation raising irrigated corn, popcorn, and soybeans utilizing organic and conventional cropping methods, along with a finishing hog operation. President McHargue and his son also own and operate McHargue Builders, specializing in workforce development housing. Next, we are joined by Joe Waddell, who is the Director of Market Innovation at Horizon Farm Credit. Joe is an accomplished agriculture and engineering professional with a unique background that combines deep industry experience with technical expertise. Currently, as the Industry and Innovation Officer at Horizon Farm Credit, Joe works as a futurist and in industry relations in the agricultural sector, where he discovers and analyzes emerging trends to forecast their impact on the market, leveraging his multidimensional experience to drive understanding and forecast innovation and growth. Joe also supports Horizon's rural business investment company portfolio, evaluating commitments to private equity funds specifically designed to invest in businesses supporting agriculture and rural America. And rounding out the judging panel, I'd like to introduce Frank Wong with Bayer U.S. Crop Science. Frank is part of the Agriculture Affairs team at Bayer. Although he is a proud graduate of UC Davis, Frank has his PhD in plant pathology from Cornell University. Prior to joining Bayer, he was a professor at the University of California, Riverside, and specialized in disease management, fungicide resistance, and taking great joy in looking at dead and dying plants. Frank has worked across a broad range of industries through his career, including golf, landscape, structural pest and mosquito control, fruits and vegetables, and cereals. You'll also find him very active with CropLife America, working on fun things like the Endangered Species Act. And he is a member of the North Carolina State University College of Agriculture and Life Sciences Research Foundation Board. Judges, I would like to thank all of you for taking your time and your expertise, sharing your expertise with us, and I'd love to give them a round of applause. Now I'd love to dive into why you all came here today, which is to see our 4 great finalist teams. Each of these teams will have 3 minutes to pitch. You'll have 1 member from each team up here pitching, and then they will have an additional 5 to 7 minutes of questions from the judges about their businesses, where they may be joined by another teammate. Judges will be rating teams on innovation, business viability, and rural impact, amongst other criteria. I would love to go ahead and welcome our first team to join us on the stage, and that is Kipos Tech from Pennsylvania Farm Bureau. And here to represent Kipos Tech is Hema Ravindran and Raj Singh. So let's give them a round of applause.
Hi everyone, I'm Hema Ravindran, co-founder and CEO of Kipos Tech. At Kipos Tech, we clean the air between chickens. You may ask why that matters. It's because of this. Eggs, the most argued about items in our grocery cart. The last few years, we have seen egg shelves go bare and the prices go as high as $8 a dozen. Bird flu wiped out millions of chickens in the United States. But here's the scary part. H5N1 and most of the disease-causing germs ride in the air that chickens breathe. Up to 65% of poultry infections spread through the air. Add dust, toxic gases like ammonia, chickens get sick faster, and farmers lose hundreds and thousands of dollars each year. Yet, they still rely on the traditional fixes like fans, foggers, filters that just pushes the dirty air around. So disease keeps jumping from chicken to chicken, and that's exactly the gap we fill. At Kipos Tech, we make barn air biosecure with our hardware-software solution. Meet KeepOS Pro, the 6-foot-tall machine running on our patent-pending Bazooka technology that knocks down airborne pathogens, dust, ammonia, 24/7 with no filters and no chemicals. We pair it with KeepOS-I, our AI air health monitor that gives real-time warning alerts on dust, carbon dioxide, and ammonia. At Rutgers University, we have proven our technology to knock down airborne pathogens by 90%. What does that mean? Cutting down the disease risk by 90% and giving the barns a good deep clean every 10 minutes. We are right now at a broiler trial with University of Delaware and launching a commercial layer pilot with a leading egg producer. Our business model is straightforward. Lease the hardware and have a subscription around the software. So farmers pay us $15,000 a year and get back in value that's worth $50,000 in savings from reduced chicken mortality, better feed conversion, meaning more meat and more eggs. All in all, that's payback in under 4 months. Our growth plan is clear. After pilot, onboard 10 farms. By year 3, get 100 more farms in by entering into partnerships with integrators and OEMs. We already have an LOI with Agrotop, a global poultry infrastructure leader, giving us access to their customer base in 50+ countries. Our biggest challenge right now, honestly, is to scale from pilot to the commercial rollout. With $100,000 price money, we can manufacture these machines and fulfill the customers who are on our wait list because we want to make sure that farmers never have a sick flock, which can wipe out their livelihood just like that. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Hema. And we're going to now turn over to the judges for Q&A. Judges?
Yeah, I would like to start out. So in the livestock sector, one of the most important things is when you have a device like this, how many square feet does that cover? And then what kind of maintenance is involved in this device?
Right, so each machine is designed to cover 2,000 square feet. So in US, a standard barn sign is 500 feet by 40 feet, around 20,000 square feet. So 10 to 12 machines are needed to completely clean the barn 24/7. For the maintenance, producer has to take the tray, that's the dust collector, and dump every 2 to 3 months. And our team will go on site and half yearly do preventive maintenance. So that machine is running continuously 24/7. It doesn't have any filter, so there is no moving part, so maintenance is easy.
You talked a little bit about your challenge of scaling and being able to access all of the markets. What keeps somebody else from being a fast follower with your technology that you're waiting on a patent on, but is there something else that keeps others away from doing something similar?
So in terms of scaling, if we have to scale this on a bigger level to get into a lot of market, it's establishing the durability and establishing the ROI playbook and service playbook. And that's precisely what we are doing with our pilots that's active. And in terms of the defensibility from the copycats, we have an edge towards R&D and innovation, and we have a couple patents. We're also filing global patents. So we are ahead of the copycats in terms of the innovation. Our minds are always at work. And also having the first customers who trust us, having that combination of innovation and customer loyalty is truly our edge.
I also had a very similar question. It's a very straightforward solution, so I was concerned about other copycats, I guess. Right. But since you asked a very similar question, I'll maybe pivot it. So, supply chain disruptions,
Yep.
very, very common 2025. How would you expect maybe that to be a weakness for a potential business launch?
Right, so I mean, during this avian flu recent outbreaks, we up to 30% supply chain disturbed because of the shortage of eggs. So definitely, so what we are not trying to just save the money for the producer through the avian influenza outbreak, but the daily savings. Like she mentions, reduced mortality, increasing eggs and the productions. So already farmers are losing hundreds of thousands of dollars, and they don't realize they are losing in bad air. So we are going to make those losses into profit, and that's how the supply chain increases from the ground level.
So as a producer myself, if we put these machines in our barn, is there technology out there that can actually measure the cleanliness of the air? I mean, we can obviously measure death loss, but I mean, can we go in to the barn once it's installed and know from a physical measurement how much difference it's making?
Thanks for asking that question, Raj. Sorry, I'm jumping in. It's actually a beautiful thing that we're going to give. Not just machines, but also proof and evidence. That's what the AI air health monitor is going to do. It's going to give farmers, real hard evidence. Hey, my chickens are breathing clean air. I don't have deadly ammonia in my barns. So the evidence is coming from the AI air health monitor, and there's also this AI part that's giving the evidence-based decision points to farmers. You can take it or leave it, but that's the smart thing that's going to do that part.
Yeah. A big challenge that producers face today is technology integration. So with your play, a lot of poultry houses are highly automated today. Do you guys tie into the existing control system on the barn? Do you integrate easily with that? Or is it a complete standalone system so the producer then would have to have a whole secondary setup?
So we are not interfering with the existing ventilation system. We do understand farms are 30, 40 years old ventilation system they have. So we are adding extra biosecurity layer. So these machines are standalone, hanging from the ceiling or go into the manure pit area, and then we're cleaning the air near the bird's breathing zone. So it is working 24/7 without hampering any existing ventilation system.
Again, being a plant pathologist, poultry pathology is not my area of expertise, but applicability across different geographies. I notice in your application, clear focus on Mid-Atlantic, but love for you to discuss that.
Yeah, you can.
Go for it.
So we can, our right now beachhead market is poultry, but adjacent market where the immediate need is pork industry, where PRRS, one of the virus which is reduces the productivity of the swine industry, and we know how big industry is globally. So we are first targeting our Mid-Atlantic region because that's the way we can prove the durability of the machine, and then we can have some 1 or 2 integrator deals, and then Mid-Atlantic and Pennsylvania, then we'll move to Midwest and other places. So our first next 3 to 4 hours target is to be in the US, establish ourselves, and then expand around the world. But yeah, we have OEMs LOIs. So if next 2 to 3 years they want to take our technology to expand globally, we definitely will do that.
Also, just to add on that, we've also built relationship with Delmarva region.
Yeah.
Delaware is the chicken capital of East Coast. So we've started talking to producers there, Delmarva Chicken Association. So we've built a tight-knit network, which is important for farmers, and we are going by the playbook. With a little bit of a twist, I would say.
So if you walked onto my farm, I let you onto my farm, I rolled my window down, give me your 30 seconds of what the reason I should look at your product.
Because you're going to not walk out with just covered on you, and you're going to walk out with really meaty chickens who are going to lay a lot of eggs.
Thank you so much, judges. Thank you, Keep Us Tech. Let's give them another round of applause.
Thank you, guys.
And we'll just pause for a short moment while our judges take a couple of notes. We'll be right back. Next up, oh, there we go. Sorry. I might stick with the handheld next time. Next up, we're going to have our second team, Vivid Machines from Washington Farm Bureau, and the team is led by Spencer Rickle. Spencer, we'll turn it over to you.
Hi there, my name is Spencer with Vivid Machines. It's great to be here. Did you know that every year $300 billion worth of fruit never leaves the farm? Because if it's not the right size or quality, it can't be sold. Each day, farmers need to make decisions on thousands of plants, which is humanly impossible. Our solution is proven to help reduce input costs and maximize yield potential. In my hand is our patent-pending camera that uses machine learning models with computer vision to see more than the human eye. This camera can be mounted on any tractor, sprayer, or ATV, and it is turned on and scans and collects data while the farmer is passing through the orchard or vineyard. It collects data like fruit count, fruit size, disease, canopy health, and much more. This data is important because it tells the grower which plants need to be pruned, sprayed, picked, or irrigated. Today, fruit growers make an average of $700 per acre. By leveraging their data with Vivid Machines, they can make up to $4,000 per acre by putting inputs like fertilizers, pesticides, and labor where it's needed most. Today, we're live on 7,000 acres with the largest producers in the US and Canada. If you went to the grocery store recently and were in the produce section, there's a high probability that the apples there were scanned by our system. Our growth plan consists of three main segments. One, referrals. There is a massive network effect in farming, and 50% of our new customers come as referrals. Two, land and expand. We can 10x our customer acreage with just our existing customers. And then third, through channel partners. So we have 300,000 acres in our pipeline worth over 100 million in ARR through our land and expand strategy. And we have channel distribution partners globally in Argentina, the Netherlands, and New Zealand. This gives us access to an additional 28 million acres. This is a huge potential. Now here's the real story. We've built and owned the largest fruit crop vision data set in the world. Why is this important? Because it lets us get into new crops quickly. Last year, we worked with the largest grapevine nursery in North America, Sunridge, a few hours north of here, and we built a machine learning model to help identify live vines from dead vines, giving them a better idea of their supply for the sales desk for the next season. Our current largest business challenge is boots on the ground in new market segments. With the awarded amount of $100,000, we would use the money to invest in new markets in Washington and California to penetrate these new markets. We're solving the problem of inefficient fruit production, and we've built and owned the largest fruit crop data set in the world. We're looking for your support to put these cameras on every farm in America and beyond. Thank you.
Thank you, Spencer. I will turn it over to the judges for questions.
So with your product, and as AI is obviously getting more relevant around the world, what's your differentiator over competitors that have been in the market doing very similar things in different crops?
I missed that. But so our product is the only one in the market that is this modular and can be mounted on anything. If you guys, I'll actually hand this to you guys. It's very lightweight. It's less than 5 pounds. And the real differentiator is that it runs on edge computing. So all the data is processed real time in the field. And this makes a big difference because in the past, farmers have gotten data days later in a report, and at that point, it's not very useful for the grower. So this data is generated while the farmer's out there, and he can make an action immediately when it needs to be addressed.
All right, maybe an unfair question, but I really honed in on the focus for using the funds for market penetration. Does that imply that you feel that you've hit the Platonic ideal with the technology that you've already developed at this point in time?
In terms of the hardware, we think that the hardware is we're upgrading this year to get RTK, which will help us with integrating with smart systems like smart sprayers and smart spreaders. So we're pretty confident in the hardware. There's work to be done on new models, but since we're starting to make a foundational model, we believe it'll be quick to get into new markets. We just need to find those markets and find what their issue is, whether it's pistachios and almonds or whether it's potatoes. We need to figure out what is the major problem for each and identify if we can solve it with vision technology.
So when you specifically say market penetration, it's really I saw some of your work specific to vineyards and fruit orchards, but you're talking about really understanding other horticultural systems and applying the technology there.
Yeah, so the plan is for us to start with similar looking systems, so stone fruit or citrus, starting in the specialty crop space because that's where there's a lot of labor still really costing a lot of money to growers versus row crops, it's not as much. So the plan would be for us to go and penetrate, especially in California, they grow so much different types of crops, and the same for Washington, getting into these new markets and identifying what those issues are.
Okay, thank you.
So is independent farmers using this, or is this something that a co-op would buy and come out and scan a crop for? And then talk to me about the data security and how are you ensuring that the data that this is collecting is secure, and who owns the data that's coming through this machine?
Yeah. So I'll start with saying the grower owns their own data. We retain the right to use the images to improve models and make the camera better. So I forgot the first part of your question, sorry.
Yeah, that was the main part, whether the farmer would own this.
Oh, who uses it?
Yeah.
Yeah, so as it stands now, our camera can scan any grape grower's vineyard or apple grower's trees. We target commercial growers for our contracts. Marketers and pack houses are also seeing the benefit because as a byproduct of all this data, we're able to generate a yield curve, which tells the grower how much tonnage of grapes they're gonna have or how much size 88 apples they're going to have at harvest, even months before. So really anyone with grapes or apples, but we're really targeting those commercial growers right now.
Just to piggyback in for a little bit of clarity, so is this a tool that the farm is purchasing and they're running on their farms and you guys are processing the data on the back end and giving them an integrated panel? Or is this something that Vivid is coming out, scanning, providing the data back?
Yeah, so when we started, we were a service model and it just wasn't sustainable for us to scale. So we pivoted to be a product because we've also found that when the grower is working with the data themselves, it becomes a lot more meaningful for them rather than sending someone out there to scan and then getting the data. So we've been a product since, and all that data shows up real time on a tablet or a cell phone that's used to control the camera. And then within 3 hours of it being collected on the camera and phone, it uploads to a dashboard that has a database, and it shows kind of it in more of a desktop layout where they can export shape files or export CSVs so they can send those reports or use those reports for their current systems.
You talked a little bit about the competition. So the real your real IP play here is the data sets that you've formed on the back end, differentiated from the competition with cameras out there that are scanning similar crops and building similar data sets, right? Can you speak to just a little bit more to that? Is it purely around the data play? Obviously you have an equipment play here as well, but there seems to be a bunch of camera systems coming out on the market, fast followers, if you will, when they see a piece of technology like this work.
Yeah, so the competition that we're aware of is doing a lot of cloud processing. So what we've done to differentiate ourselves is we build these models in the back end, and then we actually load those models onto the camera. We compress those models so they're able to run real time. A lot of the competition, it might be a day before that data comes back. They're not displaying the data real time on a tablet as they scan like we are. And in doing this, we provide a lot of transparency. We're not going to be 100% accurate all the time, but there's no fiddling of the data because it is all real-time processing right there. I think that when there's the chance that data is being processed in the cloud and taken anywhere from a day to a week to get turned back to the grower, one, it's not as usable for the grower, and two, who knows if the numbers are being changed or what's happening to those numbers. So transparency and accuracy are kind of our two main goals.
You mentioned that you would have the data to make the system better. Is that, can the person that owns the equipment toggle that on how much data that even you as the maker of the product can actually get and use?
So you're asking if the grower can collect more data that we don't have a data set for, perhaps?
If the farmer can actually toggle on and off even the data that you would receive that you would potentially use to make the product better.
Yeah, so say if we're trying to develop a new thing for, say a big thing in apples is color, identifying color, because that's how bicolor apples are identified to be picked. So the way that we would go about starting to offer a new product or a new data tag, I guess, would be research data. So collecting, say, 100 to 500 samples that we annotate and say, this is what we're looking for here. And then we'd be able to develop a model. And we work with growers and give them research agreements where if they help us develop this product line, then we give them preferential terms in future years. And it would look the same for new crops. If we want to do something in high density plums, we would offer a research agreement with a discounted price when we go commercial.
Can you speak real quickly to
I'm sorry,
ROI that you've seen
Joe,
in the field?
I'm sorry, we're out of time for Q&A. I had to, sorry to cut you off there. But thank you so much, Spencer and judges.
Yes, thanks.
Let's give a round of applause to Vivid Machines. And we'll take just another quick pause for judges to take notes and tabulate scores.
Sorry about that, Joe. I didn't want to cut.
Our next and third team that will be joining us on stage will be CryoBio from New York Farm Bureau. And here to represent CryoBio to pitch will be Murli Manohar, who will be joined in the Q&A by Abe Pressman. Let's give them a round of applause.
Thank you. Farmers today faces many serious challenges, but fewer are as damaging as the increasing risk of frost in agriculture. Frost has become a serious problem in agriculture. In US alone, it destroys nearly $3 billion worth of crop each year. We have spoken to over 200 farmers, and each one of them told us that frost is unpredictable and rapid. A few hours of exposure is enough to cause massive destruction. For example, Stephen, who is an orchard owner in New York, said a bad frost in 2023 destroyed nearly everything on his farm and every other farm in the region, with average loss of 70% or more. If you don't know what frost does to plants, we have brought an example. This is the plant exposed to frost for a few hours. The damage caused by frost has been doubled in past decade, doubled. However, the methods to protect from frost is stuck in past century. We're still using wind fans or burning fire in the field. Think how expensive and inefficient these processes are. You are actually trying to warm up an outdoor. Guess what? It doesn't work, and it's no match to serious frost. At CryoBio, we are developing a novel spray formulation based on natural biomolecules that work by reducing the freezing temperature of water in plant. So it's like an antifreeze that you can eat. All you got to do is mix in water and spray. No mess, it's that simple. We are a team of scientists and entrepreneurs from Cornell. I myself, a farmer, scientist, and second-time founder. I've already built a successful EdTech company. Together, we are driven by a common goal of bringing real solutions to farmers and protect their livelihood. Our confidence in technology is built on extensive testing, strong patent, and overwhelming support from the growers. That is reflected in 36 letters of intent we have received from growers to pilot our technology on their farm and adopt if that works. That brings to the significance of Egg Innovation Fund. Frost is unpredictable. So conducting a broader geography trial, it's both time and capital intensive. So funds from Egg Innovation will be used to conduct extensive field trials in broader geography, and that will help bring much needed relief for growers in these regions a whole season or two before. I'll stop by saying that all the easy and obvious solution to fight frost has been tried, and it's proven ineffective. We have taken most innovative yet challenging approach to solve this problem once and for all. So if frost keeps you up at night, please come talk to us or take some of the brochures that we brought for you. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Murli. I'll hand it over to the judges for Q&A.
Okay. I'll go ahead and take the first question. Okay. There's a lot that I like about this project. Technically, it makes a lot of sense. My concern is that this is perhaps the most geographically focused project that we've seen. And I have concerns that, as a funding organization, that, it's maybe harder to justify for the benefit of American agriculture across the board. So,
Yeah,
and it's a tough question, sorry.
Yeah, no, sorry. I think in America alone, it's a $3 billion crop. And you're a plant pathologist, Frank, so just put this in context, right? A pathogen, the market of pathogen control is about $50 billion today. Frost, just today, is about $20 billion. So it's not small. I was in American Farm Bureau Federation last year in Texas, and you would not believe that Texas has frost. And we were walking to the river walk, and the papaya was dead both sides. So frost is not limited to New York or Washington. Midwest, corn, soybean, the seedlings, they're all impacted. So it's not the small industry, as you suggest. It's getting bigger, and it's expected to double by end of next decade, which is expected to be closer to $25 billion market.
Can you speak a little bit to the regulatory pathway for this product to be used on food?
Yeah, it's a natural biomolecule. It's already approved for the food uses. People have been using it in high-end ice cream, some cosmetic products. So given it's not pesticidal, it doesn't have impact on plant growth and development. It doesn't fall under EPA jurisdiction. So our path is to get approval through the state, which is a month process. That's why we think that after a field trial this year, we can have a small launch in 2027.
So as a farmer, I'm thinking about, okay, it's an application process. How long do you have to apply this before frost takes place?
Put that in context, these molecules come from cold acclimated organisms and stable for months. So you apply 3 days before, 4 days before, and it should provide protection for up to 2 weeks. That's what we think today. So farmer has latitude to apply a day before, 2 before they anticipate the frost, or 3 or 4.
And how broad of a range of plants have you tested it on, and then how many degrees does it protect it from?
We have tested in almost 20 crops today. And the protection, some of these biomolecules do -5, but some can go to -8. And just to put that in context, the most severe frost we know today is about -4 degrees centigrade or -5 degrees centigrade. This can do -8. And we have, this is exposed to -5 degrees centigrade right here. And this is a real experiment.
For how long?
4 hours.
So since it is a protein-based technology, and apologies if I missed this in the application, any works done thus far as like, sensory perception, as far as like, is there a taste, feel, whatever difference in the product? And part of it, why I ask, is that specifically, it's like it penetrates into the plant,
It does penetrate into the plant, but if you think of the time of application, for example, in grapes, you will apply this in May. That's when most of the frost is. Harvest is September or October. I think this is naturally biodegradable. We think it will go away in 2 weeks. But this question keeps coming, so we'll have to do our analysis. We actually test in the field. But based on what we know and previous research, it doesn't have any impact on test and other stuff. But we need to do more experiments on that.
Can you talk a little bit to the scalability of the product? So if you were to see market demand, can you provide the product in large-scale volumes?
Yeah, so we are using fermentation process, and we are small scale today. But our plan is to get to the 150,000 liter scale eventually that produce tons of protein. And we are not only limited to US, we are also exploring in regions like Brazil, India. The production there is cheaper. And perhaps also given tariff and stuff, so it might make more sense to have in India and cover the Asian market from Indian production.
So maybe piggyback back on Joe's ask. So would this product have some sort of withdrawal? You can't spray it within so many days of harvest?
I mean, that's a great question. I mean, our target crops are mostly at this point is apples and grapes. The harvest between harvest and application is months. We don't. I mean, there is a possibility that we can explore corn and soybean where you can apply because the frost can come at a later phase. In our lab, this molecule degrades in a week or week and a half or something like that. So if farmers apply, say, 3 weeks before, we would be confident that there won't be any residue. But like I said, this is something we have to do a test in the real field.
And again, could you underline again 100,000 or the funds? Where would it most benefit you?
I think the frost is unpredictable. Say we focus mostly on New York next year, and if there is no frost, we lost whole year. So what we're trying to do is 100,000 will take us to Canada, take us to Washington, take us to Maryland. So half of the place, if we don't get the frost, we'll still have the results. And that would be critical for our launch in 2027.
Okay.
So what's the storage? I'm thinking through. You have this product on hand. You don't know when you're going to get a frost. You may not use it for a couple of years, and then all of a sudden we have a weather pattern, and you got to pull it out of the shed and spray it. What kind of shelf life does it have?
We expect that at least 2 years of shelf life. So if farmer purchase today and they don't get the frost this year, they can still apply next year or year after. It's a protein in inert. It's very, very stable. I mean, this can go 5 years, but we have to confirm that before we say that. But we are confident that it's a couple of years.
Does the product have to be refrigerated or anything special like that? And then can you speak to the largest scale of trials that you've done to date?
Most of the trials we have done in the simulated frost in growth chambers and stuff, and minor trials we have done in, so we have New York, you get frost all the time. So we put plant outside, but what we haven't done is extensive field trials in the real world condition. That's something this 100,000 will help us with.
Very quickly, if it's calm or if it's a 30-mile-an-hour wind, how much does that affect your differential on what it would protect?
Yeah, I think that's something we'll have to figure it out. But all we know, if it gets on the plant, it penetrates very quickly. So as long farmer apply in time, and it has like 3 hours, 4 hours. I think 4 hours is the time we are telling them. Once it penetrates, it doesn't matter if the wind or rain is coming.
Thank you so much, CryoBio. Let's all give them another round of applause.
Thank you.
Once again, we'll just take a short pause for the judges to tabulate. Be right back. Ready, Frank? And welcome back. We are now going to hear from our fourth and final team of the day. I'd like to welcome FarmMind from Louisiana Farm Bureau to join the conversation. The team is led today in the pitch by Colin Raby and will be joined by Aaron Beatty for Q&A. So we'll hand it over to FarmMind. Let's give them a round of applause.
Thank you all for this incredible opportunity. Our team has gone from students doing research with the LSU Ag Extension to becoming one of the fastest growing ag tech startups in the nation, with our subscribers over doubling every single month since launching the platform in August. This is because we created the world's first agricultural intelligence engine, an advanced AI system built by agricultural professionals for agricultural professionals that is able to do analysis never before thought of. See, every single year, millions of agricultural professionals and Farm Bureau members have to make thousands of decisions that determine whether they make a profit or have to sell the farm. And in the modern era, we have all sorts of phenomenal data, including tools like this data stick from an 8250 flow axle combine that give us yield data, that give us application data. Add this to satellite data, to sensor data, to drone data, to all of the research coming out from extensions across the nation, the ever-evolving complexity of regulations, all the documentation from soil maps to field notes, to mapping, to your assets, to your financials. All of this information spread across so many sources, compiled by the fact that the current situation of agricultural software is made up of a scattered patchwork of narrow solutions. This is why the FarmMind team created a system that brings all of this information onto one platform. The FarmMind team are agricultural professionals and software engineers that came together to make AI useful for the workflows that agricultural professionals depend on. Think of it as a virtual researcher, secretary, and assistant right in your pocket 24/7. And this isn't just theory. Ever since launching this fall, we went from a few prototype beta testers to currently managing and serving over 500,000 acres right now, as we've gotten organic growth with almost zero marketing other than what you see over our table over there. FarmMind works without any new hardware across organizations large and small and across every language you need. This prize money would go really far in helping us continue our rapid growth, onboarding the team members we need to support this growth, finalizing core capabilities, and making sure we can get this technology into the hands of the folks that need it today. One Farm Bureau member who's using FarmMind told us, quote, "Before using FarmWorks and other ag softwares, it took me days of work. Now using FarmMind, it takes me just a few minutes." The future of agriculture is not just new gadgets. It's doing more with the data we already have, and FarmMind is helping agricultural professionals across the nation optimize their operations and automate their paperwork. So please help us, help everyone use the modern tools they need to farm smarter. Thank you. We're going to be joined by Aaron Beatty. He was actually one of our first customers who was so excited by the program, he came on and became a co-founder.
Yeah.
Thank you all so
True
much.
story.
We'll have it for the judges.
Okay. Great presentation.
Thank you.
Loved reviewing your application. I really believe in what you're doing, but my concern is that there's a lot of other companies who want to do the same thing that you are, and you might be swimming with a lot of sharks. So tell me why I'm wrong as far as
it's
that
interesting
being
you
concerned.
say that, and yet right now there's only one other company on Earth that's talked about doing anything even close to what we're doing, and they're out of the Middle East. They're focused on the Middle East and Europe, and they just raised a $7.5 million round at about a $40 million valuation to do it. Again, mostly focused on the Middle East and Europe right now, but we were really excited to see that just this past October, because if you look at their website, let's be honest, it looks like they copy and pasted a lot of the stuff we've been saying for the last 2 years. And so we're really excited. We went on and tried their technology, and we are years ahead, not only on the core central AI tech, but also on the implementation of actually making it useful for the workflows that agricultural professionals actually use, because our team has ag professionals that are out in the field that are guiding the development of not only the core technology, but the actual user interface of how easy it is to use.
And I can also build on that. So these other programs that may be out here or trying to develop may be biased information.
Yeah.
We want the independency of agriculture. What independency is there to stay there? So these books like this, so as a consultant, we live and die by these books. These are research trials. We are putting this at utmost importance because it's the independent stuff that is going to innovate agriculture and not the biased information.
You spoke a little bit about the data and the accessibility of data. So are you guys integrating things like John Deere Link, Case IH Ops Center, Climate Field View, so farmers can use your app to already look at the information that they have?
Oh yeah, keep going. Ops Center, Field View, drone integrations, even potential integrations with another software company that's here right now. That we are taking all of this data, incorporating it into one place to make it useful, to not only make it really easy to interact with and manage, think of like an ERP system for ag, but then to be able to feed the AI system to be able to give intelligent insights to help you optimize those operations.
Just adding to that, the integration piece. So data is really important to be correct, right? So when you start
Absolutely.
integrating with everybody, how do you control and make sure that that information you're spitting back out is good information? When you take a book in, you can obviously check that book and make sure things are right. When you start opening your access up wider, how do you maintain consistency on data?
Yeah, so it's all about cross correlations. It's interesting. You mentioned like when you get it from the book, you know it's correct. We've actually started to partner with 3 ag extensions across the nation because our model is smart enough that it started cross-comparing these different sources of information, and it's actually started to notice small typos, errors, and application rates because, look, if you put out an ag guide once a year, things change. New labels come out, and small oversights happen. And so our model has even started to say, like, hey, this information, this re-entry interval, or this actually is currently wrong because the most recent EPA label supersedes that information. And so the way that our system intakes information, it's actually a higher quality than the data that we're receiving. We've actually had to go and kind of nerf our system to be able to handle some of these legacy systems of information because it's able to cross-compare it with such high fidelity.
So data transparency, data ownership is a really big conversation. In Nebraska, we're working on a data privacy bill.
Awesome.
How do you ensure that the data that you're getting, you actually have the ability to use that in your models?
Yeah, so this is a huge point for us. As an independent company, we want the data to serve the grower, and their data is their data. Our CTO has a cybersecurity background, so as we've been building this, we have been building this with the idea that we want to really containerize this data and make sure that everyone's data is their own, while also allowing people to work in teams seamlessly to decide what data they share. And in fact, in the long run, we were just talking to a potential partner about if a large corporation wants to use some of this data to do something helpful, literally being able to give back to the farmer if they opt in, to pay them or give them free services for using the data in particular ways, but only if they opt into it. It could literally become an additional revenue source for the farmer while they're getting all these great services.
Is there any, what kind of protections do you have if your AI spits out a rec for a field on a particular fertilizer or pesticide? Producer does that, something happens, they have a disaster. Where's the liability fall, and how do you manage that within the AI system?
Couple quick points. One, it is a phenomenal tool for research, but it in no way replaces the expertise of an agricultural consultant or someone who's been doing it for a long time. It is there to assist them, to get them the information they need, but it's not the end-all, be-all. 2, we cite every single fact that we talk about in there. Not only do we cite the document, but often we cite the exact page. So when we cite an EPA label, when we cite an extension guide, it will say page 37, you click on that link, it will go exactly to that page, so you can refer to exactly where that information is coming from. And 3, like, we are very transparent. We say, hey, trust but verify, right? It's going to give you all of this great research information, and then you go trust, verify, check the sources, and make sure that that makes sense for your situation. And I'll also say, as folks are using it, it gets better because it has more information about their services. But a quick example, there was an individual, one of our first customers actually, who used a general AI system, Gemini, ChatGPT, and he ended up bleaching half of his field because it told him something that was completely inaccurate. So you guessed the first question he asked our system was that one, and he said, if I had been using this, it would have saved me over $2 million this last year.
How do you keep up with the rapid change in the intelligence of the models that are out there and there's constantly changing?
Yeah.
Are you guys a fully independent model? Or are you piggybacking off of somebody else's model? How do you make sure that you're leveraging the latest technology that's out in the market today because it's changing rapidly?
Absolutely. So with only 30 seconds, I can't get too much into that, but I can say our system is made up of an agentic network. So imagine a ton of different AIs that are each trained to do their own job really well. So when you're using it, all of these little experts can contribute to solving the problem. So one expert might use an open model over here. One expert has a local model that we have fine-tuned. Another expert has this. Another expert has this, all combined with like typical NLP and deterministic flows to make sure that it's able to do what it's able to do accurately. So we don't just use one model. We use all different sorts of models where it makes sense for every single expert in the system.
Last question. So what are you going to first spend the money on if you guys win?
So there is currently multiple team members that are working part-time that have been begging us to get on. We need to accelerate. We definitely believe that in this space, what we're building, there's the potential that the first mover could be the last mover in the space. And we think it's really important that it comes from an independent company, that it comes from an American company. And so we really want to accelerate. So the two things we're going to spend it, we're going to get some of those folks that are part-time, full-time. And we are also going to actually start marketing. Because that
Get a
helps
bigger TV.
Right. Well, not get a bigger TV, but actually, start doing marketing materials and that type of thing. Like I said, currently our only marketing is like that tablecloth and the flyers we have over there.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Let's give FarmMind one last round of applause.
Appreciate it. Thank y'all.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank y'all.
And we'll take just one final pause for the judges to tabulate. Be right back. Well, that brings to conclusion our 2026 Ag Innovation Challenge Final Four pitch round. We are very excited for all the companies that presented today. Let's give them all one final round of applause. Again, we want to thank our judges and program partner Farm Credit and this year's sponsor Bayer Crop Science, John Deere, Farm Bureau Bank, Farm Bureau Financial Services, T-Mobile, and our other program partners, Cornell University Ag Launch and F3 Tech. The Ag Innovation Challenge winner and runner-up teams will be announced tomorrow at the closing general session starting at 11:30 a.m. I wish all the best luck to our Final Four competitors, and thank you all for coming. Thanks so much.
Yes, like Chase said, thank you all for coming. Again, tune into that closing session to find out who the winner is of the Farm Bureau Ag Innovation Challenge. But don't go too far because at 1 o'clock, we'll be continuing on with our next session, our champions of our communities with the County Activities of Excellence Showcase. So come back at 1 o'clock for that session. Thank you all. Director of Leadership and Organizational Training here at American Farm Bureau. And boy, are we excited for our second session where we get to highlight some of the most volunteer-driven, grassroots opportunities in the entire United States. So these are our county activities of excellence participants and winners, and we're going to see these programs that started from the ground up, that are creative, innovative, and really have leveled up their county farm bureaus. So without further ado, I'd like to present Hope Lerman to the stage to showcase our county activities of excellence.
Hi y'all, good afternoon. Has anyone heard of County Activities of Excellence before? Raise your hand if you've heard of County Activities of Excellence. Okay, a good half of the room. Well, if you haven't heard about it, my name's Hope Lerman. I'm the Leadership Development Program Assistant for American Farm Bureau Federation, and we're excited to tell you about our County Activities of Excellence Award, where we highlight 24 outstanding programs doing unique, innovative, creative, local programming in their counties. Firstly, I wanted to thank our two sponsors, BASF Ag Solutions, and Mr. Ed Elfman, who's here representing the American Bankers Association. So first of all, thank you to our sponsors because they are truly what makes our program happen and where we're able to recognize our counties. So we have 5 counties up here to represent what we're doing. And the way that counties get these awards is they apply through an application process. And it's really hard to get because we have so many great counties doing amazing things. And here today and during the trade show, you'll be able to see 24 of our counties that were selected through our judging process. We have 4 different county size membership groups that we choose from and a multi-county award as well. So if your county's been doing something great and you're interested in it, please apply next year. It's a great opportunity to apply and get your county highlighted and do some amazing things. If you haven't checked out our county activities winners this year, please check us out right down here in the main landing of the trade show. So to kick us off, we have Nikki Dice from Geneva County, Alabama, to tell us about her program.
Thank you, Hope. Greetings from Alabama. So I'm our Farm City Chairman for Geneva County. In Alabama, our Farm City program falls under our Farmers Federation. Farm City has been a wonderful opportunity to celebrate our outstanding producers and our business owners in our county. We've started a Farm City Youth Council, so that's our project that's been highlighted. Our Youth Council is made up of representatives from all of our career tech service organizations and student governments at our high schools. This has been an awesome opportunity for the students because they're getting leadership skills, networking with other students, and then it's been great for us because they help teach agricultural literacy. They've read to classrooms, they volunteered at Ag Day, they volunteered at our banquet, they've been to city council meetings, they've gotten great experience. Our goal with our program was twofold. One, to promote agricultural literacy. Second, was to create a leadership pipeline. We need more involvement in our Young Farmers programs, our Farmers Federation, and our Farm City Committee. So that was our goal. So far, it's been great, and we're excited to expand this year with a scholarship.
Awesome. Thank you so much. We love hearing about these amazing programs. And next up, we have Kevin Council to talk about his program, which is actually a multi-county winner. And we have Madison Waller.
Howdy. I'm Kevin Council, if you can't tell, from Texas with an accent. We got shipped in. We have to be dipped before we go back home from California. So I was reached out from a county extension agent. He's over 18 different counties, and they had a regional county agent extension training and was asked if Farm Bureau would help support their dinner. So we gladly supported their dinner, but that gave us an opportunity to get 18 different counties extension agents to our county. We did a couple farm tours where we came out and visited our farm, but we set up baggies for every one of those county extension agents to have to talk about the programs that Farm Bureau has to offer. We don't want to lose these kids that go through 4-H and then they go through FFA, and then a lot of those kids, we lose them when they get to college. So Texas Farm Bureau's got a lot of good programs where we've started a collegiate Farm Bureau. something for those kids to do once they leave high school and go on. That we've had a lot of those kids that in Collegiate Farm Bureau have changed their majors to an agribusiness type degree. But one of the biggest things we found when we hosted 28 county extension agents from 18 different counties is there was like 17 or 18 of those that were first-year county extension agents. They had nothing, no idea or any idea what Farm Bureau had to offer for programming. So we set up some packets that had information about our youth leadership programs, our scholarship opportunities, our grants that we have for the ag kids in our county, which would be maybe the garden grants or some of the ag mechanics grants and stuff like that. So it just gave us a captive audience with an opportunity. It's something that could be implemented across the country because every one of these county extension agents have regional trainings. So it gives us an opportunity to get all of those county extension agents in the same place for us to go in and talk to them about what programmings we have to offer through Farm Bureau, which is great. And the first-year county agents we found are not isolated to our county. That's, you know, nationwide or statewide. That we have a lot of those county agents. Because of the turnover, we have a lot of first-year agents every year that don't know anything about what Farm Bureau has to offer. So we wanted to just keep those kids plugged in so when they leave the 4-H and the FFA system, when they get into college, we don't lose those kids. So.
Awesome. Thank you so much, Kevin. Now, before we go to our next county, I also want to just highlight and mention, if any of these counties really stand out to you and you're really interested in their project and their activity and maybe want to bring it to your own county, please stop by their booth, learn a little bit more on how you can bring this to your county and bring these amazing creative programs. As well as you can check out our CAE, County Activities of Excellence website, and there's a whole slew of archives on there from past winners over the past years since this activity award was started, where you can see those programs and get some ideas for your own county. Next up, we have Brianna Smith from Richland County, Ohio.
Thank you. Good afternoon. My name is Brianna Smith. I'm from Richland County in Ohio, and despite Richland County being named after our fertile farmlands, we're actually a pretty urban and suburban area. So many of our elementary schools in our county don't have access to an agricultural program. So we created the Cultivating Minds Project, which is a agricultural literacy kit. We partnered with the Richland County Soil and Water Conservation District to put together 3 kits for every elementary school in our county, totaling 78 kits. So we put together the kits that included an American Farm Bureau Foundation book, as well as an educator's guide, and then a turnkey activity for educators. So everything that they needed to instill an agricultural lesson in their classroom, we provided all the necessary materials so that they could just go and teach their students. Like I mentioned, we partnered with the Richland Soil and Water, so we put together one kit that was environment and natural resource focused, and then the Richland County Farm Bureau put together 2 kits that are agricultural focused. We found that this has been really well received in our county. As I mentioned, we have 25 elementary schools throughout our county, and then we also donated to the Mansfield-Richland Public Library for homeschool groups, Girl Scout groups, Boy Scout groups to check those out and use in their meetings. But it's been really well received. Our teachers have felt empowered to be able to share more about agriculture and farming. And it has also created a really great relationship with our elementary schools with our Farm Bureau. So we had volunteers go into the classroom and implement some of these activities. It was entirely volunteer driven. But it's been really well received. And I'd welcome you to our booth. You can see the kits. We brought all the materials for those if you'd like to check those out. Thank you very much.
Awesome. Thank you so much, Brianna. Next up, we've been hearing a lot all throughout convention, here on this stage, throughout the trade show, throughout breakout rooms, and in the general session, all about highlighting youth and ag and keeping that going so that we can have a prosperous ag community. So we have a really special treat where our next representative from Franklin County, Virginia, is one of our youth and ag, Julie Hatch.
Hello, everybody. I'm Juliana from Virginia in Franklin County. Our whole operation is having a garden for all students, no matter where you come from, what you look like, or what you do, to have an opportunity to raise and grow something. If you had asked me before the garden what learning looked like, I would have said walls, desks, pencils. But the garden taught me something else. Learning doesn't always happen inside four walls. The garden is a living classroom. It teaches us where our food comes from and how much work goes into growing it. We learn to respect our local farmers, the environment, and the land that supports us. We learn patience, responsibility, and teamwork because plants don't grow overnight, and neither do we. This award represents the heart of our community. It's not about one person. It's about students, teachers, families, and volunteers all working together. The garden shows us that when we come together with a shared purpose, we can create real change. But what we grow here isn't just vegetables. We grow a sense of belonging for all students. We learn leadership by taking ownership of our space. We learn environmental awareness by caring for something bigger than ourselves. And we learn that even small actions, like planting a single seed, can lead to big changes. Let me share a short story with you. There was a student who came to school during the summer, not for camp, nor for fun, but for summer school. While other kids were at home, this student was showing up every single day. During breaks, they were allowed to go to our garden. At first, it was just a place to get some air, away from all the work and math problems. But soon, it became something much, much more. They learned what was ready to be picked, how to harvest carefully, and how to choose the best vegetables. One day, they even asked if they could take some home for their family. So they gently tucked the fresh vegetables into their backpack. Tomatoes still warm from the sun, cucumbers, peppers, green beans, and peas. They told us they were going to share it with their family for dinner. Every day after that, the same thing happened. Every single day during break, they went to our garden. They harvested what was ready, carried it home, not as an assignment or worksheet or credit, but as a gift. The garden gave that student much more than a break from summer school. It gave them pride. It gave them something to give back to their family and community. It reminded them that even during a hard season, they could bring something good home. The garden taught me that I have a role to play too. My effort matters, and growth takes time. This award isn't just about what we've grown in the soil, it's about what we've grown in each other. Thank you for believing in us and for supporting this garden, and for recognizing the power of learning that grows from the ground up. If you would like to learn more, our booth is just over there.
Thank you so much, Juliana. We're loving to hear all about these counties. And we have one last one, and we would like to invite up Livingston County, Michigan, with Molly Moulton, Martha Munsell, and Matthew Munsell to talk about their program.
Hi, I'm Martha Munsell. And in our county, Livingston in Michigan, we did a program called Cultivating Educators and Growing Young Minds. And the twist we put on it was we did classes for the teachers. And Molly will explain.
So we thought we could reach more kids by getting to the educators rather than just touching the students individually. So what we did was we held a class at our family farm for educators. We invited everyone in our county to come. We got 10 educators ranging from elementary all the way up to high school teachers, some special ed teachers, and ag teachers. They came out. We taught them a lesson. It's growing a cereal rye basket. Cereal rye is a cover crop that grows extremely fast. So if it's planted on a Wednesday, they're already going to see growth by Thursday. So with the students in the classroom, it was something they could see growing literally right before their eyes. We added math and literacy components to it so that the teachers had a full lesson to teach those kids. When they left our farm, they had everything they needed, the pots, the rye, and the media to take it right back to their classroom to get ag in the classroom.
And then as another part of it, we also worked with our local ISD to get state certified credits towards our recertification. So instead of the teacher sitting in a classroom watching a computer screen, she got hands-on experience in our greenhouse. We did a tour of our equipment, and so it really kind of helped our county farm bureau merge that gap between the ISD and the educators and kind of brought everybody to the table. So.
Awesome. Thank y'all so much for talking about your counties. First of all, let's give a big round of applause for these 5 counties and what they did in their amazing projects. Now, before we head out, I firstly want to thank our sponsors again for making this possible. Each county was awarded a stipend to make these projects possible and be able to come here and highlight them at the trade show. So once again, thank you to BASF Ag Solutions and Mr. Ed Elfman, who's here representing the American Bankers Association. You really help us make this award possible. And like I said, if you're curious and you want to learn more, please visit them here at the trade show on the main strip at the entrance, as well as check out our website on the Farm Bureau website under CAEs to learn more about applying next year for your own counties, or if you want some inspiration for your own projects in the future. If you have any questions about the award, please feel free to find me. I'm at booth 401 right at the front door. Happy to talk to you more about it. Thank you.
Learn more about these programs, they are right there on the main strip, ready to talk to you all and share more ideas with each and every one of you. With that being said, we are going to close down this session, but don't go anywhere, because in just a few moments we are going to have our next session where we get to celebrate and highlight those new and innovative state Farm Bureau programs. So hang tight. In just a few moments, we'll be sharing our New Horizons Award winners showcase. Thank you. Hello, everyone, and welcome to our next session. So in our last session, we got to highlight some of those initiatives at the local level, the county level. And here in this session, we get to highlight those programs that are at the state level. So we're very excited to see all these wonderful state programs through our New Horizons Award winners. With that being said, I'm going to hand it over to Margie Wolf, the Vice President of Leadership, Education, and Engagement at American Farm Bureau.
Thank you. Great. I'm all mic'd up. I'm ready to go. Thanks for coming to hear about new and innovative programs that are being implemented across the country by state farm bureaus. If you were at the general session today, you saw awards presented on stage for the New Horizon Awards. It is the award that we give for innovative new programs. We define new as anything in the past 2 years, because sometimes new things take a little while to get some juice and some momentum behind them. So this enables us to recognize outstanding and innovative programs. You're going to hear from 6 different states today because we recognize one program in each of our 6 membership groups. So my name again is Margie Wolf. I'm the Vice President of Leadership, Education, and Engagement at American Farm Bureau, and it's my pleasure to get to see and recognize the innovative and exciting things that you are all doing out and about in the country. So first up is Texas Farm Bureau. So Texas is being recognized for its Early Ag Teacher Professional Development Program. And this is a program that develops early career ag science teachers and equips them with a connection to production agriculture, so it's real live agriculture. So here to tell us about it is Jordan Bartles. She's the Associate Director of Education and Outreach for Texas Farm Bureau. She leads education and outreach programs involving K through 12 education opportunities for students and teachers, as well as outreach to general consumers. Jordan holds BS degrees in agricultural communications and agricultural leadership and a Master of Education degree, all from Texas A&M. Jordan, tell us all about it. Thunderous applause for Texas A&M. I love it. All right, thanks, Jordan.
Hello, everyone. I'm excited to be here with all of you today. I apologize, I managed to lose my voice. But I'm excited to tell you a little bit about our Early Ag Teacher Professional Development. This is a 2-day, hands-on, in-person learning opportunity for early career ag science teachers who've been in the profession for 5 years or less. The goals of the program are really to take learning to the next level for these educators. We want to take them out of the traditional lecture-style workshop and take them into immersing them into hands-on learning through engaging activities, speakers, and on-farm experiences. We also want to connect them to production agriculture, and we do this by connecting them to our member producers. The purpose of this program is really to equip these teachers with information and tools to be able to teach and develop young students in agriculture classes. And as you know, these classes are ever evolving. These students are in an ever-evolving world, and so we're working to equip them with the information to truly make connections to agriculture and the things they're doing each day, and most importantly, to the classroom content that they're learning. We really modeled this the approach we use is the 3-circle model, which seeks to take classroom content and mold it together with the supervised agricultural experiences and the FFA contest and participation that students and teachers so dearly love, while putting a heavy, heavy emphasis on classroom learning. Our staff took several key actions in developing this program, but most notably, we took a significant amount of time to assess the needs of this particular audience. By doing this, we were able to create a program that was different, that didn't simply replicate something that was already out there. In Texas, we have over 2,400 ag science teachers, with over 23% of them having 5 years or less experience in the profession. And so what our assessment revealed to us is that many of these teachers don't come from an ag science background. About 21% of them are alternatively certified, over 42% of them teach in urban and suburban school districts, and many of them lack a general and full understanding of how to apply the 3-circle model approach to teaching agriculture. To address these gaps, our team really took a lot of time crafting that agenda, ensuring that we were making connections to production agriculture through site visits and connections with industry professionals, as well as engaging them in hands-on lesson plans. And we did all of this ensuring that we were utilizing the right people. Captivating speakers, captivating workshop hosts that were really, truly instilling the tools in these teachers to implement the three-circle model in their classroom. Participant feedback the last 2 years, has told us that we are meeting those goals. We are meeting the purpose of what we set forth in this program. So much so that in 2026, this program will double the number of participant spots that we're going to offer. So we're super excited about that. A few examples of the site visits that we've offered are a commercial Hereford operation, a trip to a hydroponics operation, and visits to veterinary and culinary arts programs at local institutions of higher education. Another thing that we do that I mentioned is really engaging them in hands-on lesson plans that are ready for them to take back to their classroom. And so we do this through examples of a lesson called Earth, Land, and Soil Resources from the National Ag in the Classroom Curriculum Matrix. This particular lesson focuses on the importance of stewarding the land we have, as well as really showcasing and understanding how we are currently growing more food on less land, and that will only continue to grow and be of importance. And then finally, we also utilize engaging speakers, and a panel of experienced ag science teachers who are making a tremendous impact in classrooms across Texas. We feel that by bringing all of this together, we're giving a diverse experience for these teachers. Texas Farm Bureau's Vision 2020 report set forth a recommendation for us to expand education and outreach to millions of Texans. We feel this program is doing that. We feel we've developed a program that allows us to meet a goal that our board and our state and our grassroots leaders have said is important for what we do. Furthermore, this program truly puts Texas Farm Bureau's role as an advocate for farmers, ranchers, and rural communities on display as we engage and utilize member producers and others to make connections to the classroom. Upon reflection, our team identified a key takeaway that without a doubt is what has made this program successful, and that is assessment of need. And I'll tell you today what I want you to hear is it doesn't matter what size of a state you are, what size of programs you have, everybody can assess need. And that's exactly what we did. We took the time to connect with our industry partners, our friends at FFA, our friends at Ag Teachers Association of Texas, and our connections with teachers to hear them and understand what their needs were, to build out a program that truly offers a diversified experience and brings many people together, industry producers, industry professionals, college professors, and so many others to accomplish a similar goal of growing young consumers and the people that are going to make the decisions in our next generation. So thank you so much for your time today. I hope you've learned a little bit. If you leave today and you're like, hey, I want a little more information, we do have some handouts that you're welcome to take if you're interested. So thank you.
Thank you so much, Jordan. So don't run away, though.
Okay.
So I think there's a lot to love about that project. I loved how you talked about a specific need and that statistic, which I thought was pretty alarming, of how many of your teachers had less than 5 years experience. And I love the way it was connected to the strategic plan of your state and where you said you wanted to go as an organization. So the great news is there's an opportunity for you to have questions. So my colleague Summer is right in the back with a microphone, and if you have a question that you'd like to ask Jordan to learn a little bit more about this project, you can raise your hand and Summer will take you the microphone, and I have one to get us started. But I'm curious how you made the initial ask and the initial connection with the teachers. How did you get started once you had the idea?
Sure. So as I mentioned, we consulted with our friends at our other organizations that have a true connection with those teachers. We have a great following of ag science teachers with our educational programs. So we started there, but then I would say the very close second step was really getting together with those partners we have, and they pushed that information out in all of the pockets and ways that they communicate with those ag science teachers. We also have our youth outreach coordinators. So this is a collaborative effort within our organization with our education team and our youth outreach team who works tirelessly to make those connections. And so we really did go to all the places of where we feel like we have those connections, both where we already did and where we felt we could do more.
Great. So I bet that'll be a theme that we hear today, is the importance of collaboration and relationships. All right, is there anyone with a question in the crowd? I see no hands, so I think we'll set you free. Jordan, thank you so much.
Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you so much. I'll now share with you and introduce our next project, which comes from Michigan. So Michigan, all right, did I hear shouters? Cheers from Michigan, there we go. All right, thank you. So Michigan is being recognized for its Connecting Communities program. And this program introduced a new model and a new way to support consumer engagement by directly funding local Farm Bureau initiatives. So I think we can all agree connecting with consumers is key, but how do we do it? So Michigan tried something new through this program, and I loved what I loved about it is that it leverages the credibility of farmers who are respected as the voice of agriculture, providing each county farm bureau with a $1,000 non-competitive grant supported by professional quality tools to reach out into communities. So here with me from Michigan Farm Bureau are Elisa Sanford and Tanya Ritter. Elisa is the chair of the State Promotion and Education Committee, and she serves on the State Board of Directors. She and her family raise cash crops and pumpkins in Michigan. And Tanya Ritter is the Promotion and Education Department Manager for Michigan Farm Bureau. She has more than 25 years of experience in agricultural leadership, program development, and volunteer engagement. So tell us all about your award-winning program.
Thank you so much. As she said, my name is Elisa Sanford. I have the privilege of serving on the State Board of Directors and as the State Promotion Education Chair for Michigan. In 2021, my committee identified that the need for our counties was for consumer-facing programming. It was during our goal setting that our Connecting Communities program was born.
And I'm Tanya Ritter. I work with our promotion and education program, as was mentioned before. I had the opportunity to walk alongside our state committee and work with our other staff to deliver the program.
That's correct. Connecting Communities, as was said, is a non-competitive grant offered to every county in the state of Michigan with that purpose of increasing consumer-facing outreach through two avenues. First was Connect and Celebrate. Second was Explore and Learn. My committee introduced the Connecting Communities to our county chairs back in January of 2023. We followed up, we supported our counties, and we helped them in preparing their grant applications with a variety of both in-person and virtual sessions. Multiple points of contact were made to support, encourage collaboration, build momentum, and help the counties be as prepared as possible when they began their programming in 2024.
So what we had was innovation with a framework. We created clear objectives for our county farm bureaus with what we wanted to accomplish. We wanted to reach consumer audiences. It seemed like we were doing a pretty good job with those younger audiences, and we were trying to encourage some activity with our county farm bureaus with the older audiences. And so with those clear objectives, it allowed some of our county farm bureaus to be creative on their own and come up with some of their own ideas, ways that they might reinvent activities that they already had, or amplify some things, or perhaps look at their program of work and say, well, this would be a really good fit. And as Elisa mentioned, we introduced this program well ahead of the time when we wanted it to be implemented. So our county farm bureaus could plan well ahead in their own budgets and in their own plan of work. We also provided templates to our county farm bureaus that would make it really easy, kind of off-the-shelf type resources, so that they didn't have to come up with a whole bunch of tools, resources, and planning. It made it just easier for them to implement the programs. As Margie mentioned, we did offer the $1,000 non-competitive grants, and these grants were not a matching grant. It was a non-competitive grant that the county farm bureaus could apply for. They had to submit an application because we wanted to be sure that what they were doing was meeting the objectives. And we did spend a little bit of time trying to help walk some of those counties along with those applications. But in the end, we had some really great success. We did require all of our county farm bureaus also to provide a final report. So we wanted to know the metrics of their outreach, and we wanted to have photos of their activities so that we could share the success that they had with other county farm bureaus for additional implementation. So I want to talk a little bit about the impact. So nearly 90% of our county farm bureaus participated in the program. Some of them partnered up with other county farm bureaus and did some really innovative things. And it was really fun to see the great work that they were able to accomplish. Nearly 500 volunteers were involved in these projects across the state, with partner organizations of around 286 to 300 partners were involved in some of the outreach as well. So as far as the outreach that actually was accomplished, I want to be clear that some of our county farm bureaus did media outreach. Some of them did farm-to-table activities. Some did amplified fair outreach as well. And in total, our county farm bureaus submitted over 61,000 non-member youth were involved, and more than 46,000 non-member adults were involved, because a lot of the activities were family-based. You know, in order to get the parents there, we were doing something that was more family-based to get an opportunity to talk with consumers. Over $65,000 was invested in this program, but $22,000 of it actually came from our county farm bureaus. And as I mentioned before, it wasn't a matching grant. They found additional ways in their budgeting to make some of these things even bigger than the resources that we provided them. So what's up next? We actually are going to be offering grants again in 2026. We're excited to be doing that, and we'll announce it in a couple of weeks at our statewide event. And we are going to be doing a little bit of framework adjustment. So, you know, we learned some things, and what we're thinking is we're just going to do a reimbursable grant versus we had offered upfront money, and then we had a reimbursable grant.
Yeah. One of the additional resources that we are going to be highlighting is AFBF's Ask a Farmer program that was promoted by the P&E Committee. We're excited to be able to provide that framework for our members with some changes that were made for Michigan to incorporate that. We really wanted to help our counties have meaningful conversations that build trust with their farmers. Thank you.
Thunderous applause, thank you. So what really caught my eye in listening to this project is the combination of structure, support, and creativity. Because at the state level, they provided some structure, some goals for what you wanted to accomplish, some tools and resources with the professional products, but let the creativity of the county shine. And I think that's really when Farm Bureau is at its best, when we have the mix of the professional support with the creativity and the relevance of people on the ground. So does anyone in the crowd have any questions for this group? I have one. I'm wondering if you had a favorite or something that a county did that you thought was like particularly fun.
Well, Elisa and I actually talked about this. We had a county farm bureau who hadn't done a lot of activity in recent years. They did a canning workshop. And so they said, we're going to purchase some canning supplies for any of the people, the consumers, you know, that we can attract to this event. And we're going to talk with them about what we do in farming and agriculture as we teach them a usable skill. And so it was really a neat way for them to engage in the community. What I also loved about that is I saw some volunteers get engaged who hadn't been as involved in the last couple of years, and that was really neat to see.
Great. So getting more leaders involved as well as the consumers. Yeah. Wonderful. All right, let us give thunderous applause to our friends from Michigan. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
All right, and in the wings is our next award-winning program and state, and that is South Carolina. So I'm sorry, I didn't allow for thunderous applause from the front row. Right, there we go. So South Carolina's program was called Palmetto Threaded, and it's a really first of its kind unique initiative that transforms locally grown South Carolina cotton into American-made apparel while connecting consumer purchases to farmland preservation. So I said our last program was win-win. I don't know, this is like win-win, win-win-win. Okay, lots of good stuff going on here. So here to tell us about it is Jason Davidson and Lauren Lindler. Lauren is Public Relations Chair for the Lexington County Farm Bureau in South Carolina, and by day, she serves as Marketing Manager for FPL Food, one of the largest beef processors in the Southeast. Jason is Director of Organization in South Carolina, where he oversees the district field staff, member leadership programs, and membership efforts. Now, what I'm about to say is a little controversial, so bear with me. Jason is a double Gator, and that means he holds both a bachelor's and master's degrees in agricultural education and communications from the University of Florida. I'm a Big Ten girl, so this doesn't trouble me at all, but maybe some of you are a little riled up right now, so I'll just ask your grace and welcoming them to the stage to tell us all about this innovative program.
Thank you. Thank you, Margie. Good afternoon, fellow Farm Bureau members. We are honored to share the story behind Palmetto Threaded, an initiative created to reweave agriculture into the economic and cultural fabric of South Carolina. Our state has a history of cotton being able to stitch together farms, families, mills, and main streets. But over time, that fabric began to fray. Palmetto Threaded was created to purposely reconnect those threads of farmer to consumer, field to fabric, and agriculture to consumer. Over the past several years, South Carolina cotton producers have faced the perfect storm. Prices fell to below 58 cents per pound, while production costs climbed to historic levels. In the decades previous, textile mills that once defined entire communities closed their doors or shipped their operations overseas. As those mills disappeared, so did a cultural connection. People no longer knew where their clothes were made or who grew the fiber. Our 2024-25 state YF&R committee, led by Ms. Lauren Lindler, decided to address this issue and make a difference, and the Palmetto Threaded Initiative was born.
Thank you, Jason. Like he said, in June of 2024, our young farmers and ranchers had our summer retreat to start planning for our annual conference that's held every February. And we thought to ourselves, what if we could have t-shirts made out of South Carolina cotton as our t-shirt for that year? And so our idea was born, and we worked tirelessly until February that following year, which would have been February of 2025. So we created, as young farmers and ranchers, we all worked together, but working to create the brand behind Palmetto Threaded, the marketing efforts behind that, certainly a business plan, but just bringing all of those pieces together. And it was a really telling story because I think we all know as young farmers and ranchers, it is a leadership program. So bringing all of our heads together to make that come true was really neat for us to see, and just seeing it all come to life.
So part of Palmetto Threaded is we work with South Carolina Farm Bureau cotton growers to buy their cotton for $1 a pound, and then order that, and then turn that into homegrown, Southeastern-made, manufactured T-shirts. Last February, Palmetto Threaded was launched at our YF&R conference and was met with overwhelming support. Since then, we have sold nearly 2,000 T-shirts, generating over $60,000 in sales, with 10% of those proceeds going to the preservation of farmland through the South Carolina Farm Bureau Land Trust.
Going into this, we kind of had 3 ideas that we wanted to focus on, and that was, for one, sourcing cotton from South Carolina Farm Bureau members. The second was having a supply chain that was entirely focused in the Southeast, which we were able to achieve working through our suppliers in the Carolinas and Georgia. And the third, like Jason said, was giving back to the South Carolina Farm Bureau Land Trust. As young farmers and ranchers, we know that giving back to the land in South Carolina is our biggest goal. South Carolina is unfortunately one of the fastest growing states in the nation. So if any of y'all are thinking about moving there, respectfully, please don't, we're full. I'm sorry. But it's so cool to see, some of the money that we've raised, being able to go back to that program. It is a great program. So even if we're playing a small role in that, but being able to see farmland preserved for generations to come. Some of our farmers are actually here. It is kind of a cooperative effort, so we are adding in new farmers in the coming years. But the Harringtons right here are actually 6th generation farmers, which I think is one of the coolest things to see them continuing their family's farm. But it's just been a full circle moment seeing it all come together.
We are pleased to announce that through our efforts and through the combination of working between some of our elected officials who have gotten on board, we have been able to do social media posts with our Governor Henry McMasters and our State FSA Director Cody Simpson in order to be able to generate some additional support for this program. We've also received significant visibility beyond just our direct sales with a combination of social media events, our state FFA convention collaboration, Clemson University clubs, County Farm Bureau events, and a retail pilots, which allowed us to reach over 350,000 people with this particular, with our story. And recently, we have been able to put this into a retail location, which expands our reach from just Farm Bureau gatherings into the broader consumer markets.
So last February, whenever we launched, we actually launched 6
our storied tradition of agriculture. It represents farmers, families, communities, and a Farm Bureau committed to weave agriculture into the Palmetto State's economy and culture for the benefit of all citizens. We thank you for recognizing this work, and we thank you for all that you do to strengthen the threads that hold us all together.
So much. I love this. I love what I really loved about this one is that the true grassroots nature of it, of a committee recognizing this need, this problem, and then creative problem solving to figure out how to do it. So I'm curious what's next as you do more. You talked about a retail shop. How do you think this program might grow in the coming years?
I think one of the biggest things we're working on right now is growing our cooperative efforts, so bringing in more farmers. South Carolina is pretty wide, so we're hoping to add in some folks from different regions of the state with our cotton growers. We're also hoping to launch a new, I guess, collection of t-shirts, so bringing in some new designs that people want to purchase. But yeah.
Great. Maybe we'll see you on the trade show floor next year.
Maybe so.
All right. Awesome. Thank you so much. Let's give South Carolina a round of applause. And we will move into our next award-winning project, which is from Minnesota.
Question.
Oh, a question. For all that time I've been waiting for a question. There was no question. The time I forget, there's a question. Awesome. Come back up. South Carolina. Oh, they're like having a party over there in the corner. There's a question for you, my friends. My fault. I got so excited. I forgot. Okay.
I'm trying to do the math a little bit here. You paid almost twice the amount for your cotton, from 58 up to $1. First of all, how many pounds of cotton does it take to make a t-shirt? And then how did you take care of the difference?
So again, what we're doing is we're selling our shirts at about $35 a shirt at these particular events and online. So we were able to pay for that $1 a cotton, $1 a pound for a cotton. Okay. Again, we're not trying to compete with a Gildan or a Hanes shirt or something of that nature, which is a little bit lower price. But at the same time,
for this corn and bean farmer, how many pounds of cotton does it take to make a t-shirt?
So you get about, for every 500-pound bale of lint cotton, you get about 400 shirts.
All right. There's another question.
Uh-oh.
Summer, we got another question back here. Thank you. Oh, we're on fire with questions.
I was saying.
I know you're over there having a party already.
We were trying to get rid of it.
Yeah.
Yes, Stephen from North Carolina. My question was, were you utilizing local textiles in the production of the t-shirts?
Yeah, so basically the footprint was within 150 miles of the farm. Unfortunately, South Carolina has lost a lot of its textile manufacturing, but what we are excited about is this year we were able to find a cut and sew operation to come back in and to be able to do this next year so we can produce a grown and sewn in South Carolina shirt.
All right, I think we have one more question. You're not off the hook yet. It's because you're a gator. They're like picking on you.
Where and how can we get them?
Oh, you can go to palmettothreaded.com and you can order them online if you would like. We'd love the support.
What an excellent closing question. Thank you. It's almost like Summer planted that one in you. All right, thank you. I think we can let you off the hook now. All right, yes, thunderous applause, especially since I drug him back on stage. Okay, next up is Minnesota. And, oh, nice. Let me just say that again. That was so good. Next up is Minnesota. Oh, nice. Very well done. So, again, we're going to hear about how a need was met by a Farm Bureau program. So in this case, Minnesota's project addressed the shortage of physicians in rural areas by partnering with a top medical school to provide opportunities that improve students' understanding of rural health issues and build their confidence in working with rural populations. So here to tell us about this award-winning project is my friend, Ruth Linkenmeyer-Merrick. Ruth is the foundation director for the Minnesota Farm Bureau. She grew up on a farm in Iowa, and during her time at Farm Bureau, Ruth has led several award-winning programs on mental health, opioid misuse, ag literacy, and consumer education. And for your fun fact, Ruth and I were in the same new employee orientation class in the fall of 1997. So we are seasoned Farm Bureau folks, and I'm excited to hear about this particular project. Take it away, Ruth.
Thank you, Margie. Well, I'm super excited to talk to you about the Rural Health Care Initiative. Between 2002 and 2017, medical professionals graduating out of medical institutions has declined by 28%. We have lost 1/3 of doctors wanting to go out and serve rural communities. That's a problem. So what we did was we decided to team up with the Zumbro Valley Medical Society, the Mayo Clinic, Alex School of Medicine, and county farm bureaus to develop a program that would take and integrate doctors or young professionals, medical students, first and second year, and integrate them into rural experiences so that they may decide that they want to serve in a rural community. And you're thinking, boy, how would you ever do? You had the #1 hospital in the world, and you got county farm bureau leaders. How did you ever do that? So we were lucky to pair up with what I said was Zumbro Valley Medical Society. That's an organization that serves doctors. It's a professional organization, similar to Farm Bureau. It's a membership organization. And they really led the charge in that kind of conversation within Mayo Clinic that allowed us to reach them. We are lucky that we have a county farm bureau president who is a psych nurse at Mayo Clinic that had a connection. We actually have a gentleman in the audience tonight who has worked with me from the very beginning, Mr. Jim Cheklo, who was a researcher at Mayo Clinic and a county farm bureau president too. So everything was where we needed it. So what we did was, the other thing that's important to note is that even addressing this and knowing this situation, only 20% of any teaching medical institution is even introducing and knowing the problem, even introducing any type of program that serves rural communities. So some of the things that we have done, and I think it's really important, is that we're really good at Farm Bureau is really being grounds on and boots on the ground. So we've done farm tours with them. We've had panels with them where we have doctors that actually serving rural communities sit down with these young medical students. We have taken them to breakfast on the farms. We have taken them to farm shows, and they have done healthcare screenings. And what I think is really funny is because one of the things that they asked me to do, and was one of their key objectives, was that they wanted to learn how to have conversations and build trust with farmers. And I remember kind of grinning and looking at them and saying to them, if you want to learn how to have a conversation with a farmer, just ask him to have a blood pressure check when he's walking around a farm show. But it happened. And this year at our annual meeting, 40 farmers or Farm Bureau members actually sat down with our medical students in the short time that they had and did healthcare screenings. They had one individual at the North American Farm and Power Show that sat down with them that had not had any type of healthcare screening in over 30 years. So then for us, after those types of events, we come back, we debrief, we evaluate how our experiences went. And one of the things that we identified was the young medical students said, hey, Ruth, we know they didn't have a healthcare screening in 30 years. We got them to do it, but we're not really sure what to tell them after that. What were our next steps? What should we have done? And as farmers and as farmer volunteers, we could have that conversation on how you can build trust with our farmers. So some other things that we've done, like I said, the healthcare screenings have been really, really probably one of the most valuable tools to them that they've shared with us, and they're fun. We also have events offsite where it's small group, and we might sit down just for dinner for them to have more one-on-one conversations with some of our Farm Bureau leaders. And those have been kind of an opportunity for those students. And I always say it's kind of like sitting around the family table at home. You're talking about issues, you're talking about situations that might be a little bit different. And I do feel, because these doctors, none of them have any agricultural background, actually gives them a sense of family again when they're so far away from their own. So they ask all kinds of questions. And it's fun to be able to tell them about agriculture and how agriculture plays a real role in medicine as well. So I know I'm getting close. I explained to people, it's like giving Ruth Merrick 5 minutes to talk about this is like saying, giving her an ice cream cone and saying, you get one lick, but you don't get no more. And I feel like that because I could talk all day about this. So one of the things that I wanted to talk about, and I know I'm getting close to question time, is what we're hearing from them. And I don't think there's a better way to kind of round this out than to actually read 2 quotes that were written about the program. And this shows us the success. And I hope I can read these because oftentimes I almost get I get that frog in my throat, because what they're telling us is what gives us the identification that we are being successful. The first quote is, "It's easy to get caught up in the daily grind of medicine and forget that medicine at its core is about the people we serve. Helping with medical screenings and hearing stories from our rural communities has been a great way to refocus why I was drawn to medicine in the first place." And the second one is even more so, and I have had this, he was actually one of my medical student leads, and I work with him a lot. He is from Michigan, so he absolutely has some knowledge of agriculture, but maybe not a lot, and he has shared that with us. "The conversations that I've had with community members at regional farm shows taught me about experience that rural patients have had, as well as any barriers to care. I know that I'm interested in pursuing a career in rural medicine, and this experience helps solidify that." Ladies and gentlemen, if we can get 1, 2, or 3 doctors to consider serving rural communities every year we do this program, we are meeting a need that Farm Bureau has been driving home for how long? Healthcare in our rural communities, in our counties, in our states, and on the national is needed. And we need to engage you and our county farm bureaus into driving experiences and opportunities for these young medical students. We have 2 teaching facilities in the state of Minnesota. We have the University of Minnesota, and we have the Mayo Clinic's Alex School of Medicine. We're going to be getting a third one. Right now, I'm only having the opportunity to work with Mayo Clinic, but I am excited about the opportunity to try to do something up at our University of Minnesota, and then eventually at Center Care in St. Cloud, Minnesota. But I challenge each of you, this is not a difficult program. You guys know how to build programs. You do it well. I see it every single day in Farm Bureau. So I challenge you. I have 2 people sitting over here who have been engaged from the start. Jeff Pago, raise your hand. He is a state board member. He's a former Young Farmer and Rancher chair, and he sits on my panels and he talks to these young medical students. Jim Sheckle, stand up. He is my researcher from Mayo Clinic County Farm Bureau. He is a Farm Bureau hero for sure. If you have questions, talk to 2 volunteers who've been engaged with it. Ask them how it's impacted their life. They also have a presentation that I gave to the American Farm Bureau Women on that has every question that you might want to ask about the program and how to contact me, so that if you want to do this in your state, boy, I am all about sharing that and helping you develop that program. Any questions? Yeah.
What's really interesting to me about what Ruth talked about was thinking that doctors are maybe intimidated to talk to farmers or rural people. And I think that's really surprising to me, because I think we consider ourselves, pretty approachable, down-to-earth people. So how interesting that, giving them that ask about the weather, when in doubt, ask about the weather. Good. And I love the way that you made the first step by connecting with another association who had the relationships that you wanted. So do we have any questions from the crowd? Yes. You're my new favorite participant, by the way. Don't tell the others, but you're my favorite.
You can get the doctors there initially. Will they still be there 10 years from now?
Well, that is our goal. And that is, if we don't plant the seed in their minds right now, and this is what I tell people, not only do I want them to plant the seed in their mind, I also want it to plant it in their heart. Serving a rural population doesn't come with all the benefits and the great whistles, bells and whistles of serving an urban population. Doesn't come with the same salary scales. But what it does do, and we're involved in agriculture, we know that it's serving a greater good and a difference. And even though they do that in medicine, they're serving a greater good. There's just something unique about serving a rural community. The relationship, the title suggests that we do healthcare, right? Like you would perceive that as maybe caring for people that are in geriatrics or a healthcare type situation, nursing homes or whatnot. Really, it's health. It really should say Rural Health Initiative, because the doctors that we have in the first year, they will say to us, even the first year male medical students and haven't maybe declared exactly what specialty they want, we do know that we have people who want to be eye doctors, people who want to work in women's health, people that want to work in this area. But that can change, and that's why we're doing it. Like maybe they'll change and they just want to do general practice in a rural community. I have a niece who wanted to do women's health until she served in Cresco, Iowa in a small hospital. And then she said, you know, I'm gonna be a family practitioner in a small hospital. That's my goal. So.
Great, thank you. All right, we are going to plunge on because we have 2 more awesome states to recognize, but thank you, Ruth. And I bet, as she said, she's hovering over this area if you have any questions. So I'm going to ask a favor of everybody on this next one, because our next speaker was afraid that she wouldn't get thunderous applause because her state has a Sweet 16 competitor now, and most of the people are there. So I want everybody to pretend like you own this state. So you're going to give her like the best applause yet, okay? So next we're going to hear from New York. All right.
Actually, some of them just showed up.
I did see a few of them sneak in, but I knew we could get more from the rest of the crowd. So thank you for that thunderous applause for our friends from New York. New York is being recognized for strategically transforming its state convention to expand the impact, grow attendance, and enhance member value. And I travel a lot. In my role, I talk to a lot of states, and I know this is a situation and a concern that a lot of states have. Is like, how do we get people at our annual meeting? How do we infuse the excitement and the value? So I'm super excited to hear about this project. The initiative that we're going to learn about transformed New York's state annual meeting into a dynamic hub for leadership development and grassroots engagement. And here to tell us about it is Lori Beach. She is Director of Events and Development for New York Farm Bureau. She oversees the organization's signature events and the New York Farm Bureau Foundation. So please tell us all about it. Thank you.
Hey, thank you. Good afternoon. It's truly an honor to be here, and I'm grateful to the American Farm Bureau Federation for the New Horizon Award and for recognizing the work happening in New York. A few years ago, New York Farm Bureau took a hard look at one of our most important gatherings, our state annual convention, or StateCon, that we renamed it, and asked a necessary question. Is this convention still serving today's members the way it should? At the time, attendance had leveled off, sponsor participation was flat, and educational sessions varied in relevance and consistency. The structure hadn't changed in years, and even though agriculture, policy changes, and Farm Bureau itself had evolved significantly. At the same time, we were engaged in a strategic planning process that led to the creation of my position, somebody who would focus on events. That moment gave us both the opportunity and the responsibility to rethink StateCon from the ground up. Rather than making incremental changes, we approached StateCon as a program, not just as an event. We started redefining its purpose. StateCon needed to deliver real value. We introduced intentional, forward-looking themes like farming forward, navigating your ag future, to guide decisions around speakers, workshops, engagement, and fundraising. We also transformed how educational content is developed. For the first time, we launched of this shift is our Mini Grant Challenge. It invites members to pitch ideas live during the convention and support innovative county-level projects with funding. It reinforces STAYCON as a place where ideas turn into action. On the development side, we completely reworked our sponsorship strategy. We moved away from one-size-fits-all packages, created tiered partnership opportunities, and clear benefits and visibility. This strengthened sponsored relationships, improved retention, and contributed to year-over-year growth in convention sponsorship revenue, something that we really needed. The impact has been measurable. Attendance is up, participation in educational sessions has increased, and sponsor engagement is stronger. Post-event feedback shows improved ratings and programming and networking and overall value. But perhaps most importantly, STAYCON has reestablished itself as a tool, a place where Farm Bureau business moves forward, leadership develops, and members feel connected to something bigger than themselves. What makes this a true New Horizon program is its transferability. The model we built is theme-driven planning, proposal-based education, intentional engagement, and integrated development is flexible and scalable. It can be applied to other state conventions, regional meetings, Farm Bureau events of all sizes without requiring significant new resources. Revitalizing STAYCON wasn't about changing tradition, it was about strengthening it. Ensuring that one of our most important events continues to meet members where they are and prepare them for what's ahead. Thank you again for this recognition, and thank you for the work you do every day to support agriculture, Farm Bureau, and the members we're proud to serve. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much. I love that last part that she said about how it could be easily replicated in other states, which is the magic of this session. So, any questions about STAYCON? I love that catchy name. I'm curious, did you have any kind of special speaker or topic that stands out amongst the rest that was super popular with your crowd?
Well, just last year, we just had Zippy came to our convention, and we did a nice town hall, and everybody loved having him come and attend. So that was really popular.
Oh, great.
We also had an AI talk this year that everybody enjoyed, because everybody is really interested in learning how they can use AI, so that was hopeful too.
Great, thanks. So just a nugget, one of the resources that AFBF provides every year around this time, we ask state farm bureaus, hey, did anybody have any particularly good speakers that you liked? And we collect those and share it back. So if you're staff in the room or you're volunteer, you can ask your staff to get a hold of that resource because it's a great way to source good speakers. All right, so thunderous applause for our friend from New York. Thanks so much. Yeah. And now it's my pleasure to introduce our final winner, and we have the state of Delaware being recognized. So Delaware is being recognized for its specialty crop crate program. I had to practice saying that several times. Specialty crop crate program. And the state launched this program with specialty crop block grant funding from USDA to teach elementary school students about Delaware-grown specialty crops. So here to tell us about it is the president of Delaware Farm Bureau, Mr. Bill Powers. Come on down. He is a first-generation farmer who has a focus on direct marketing beef, pork, turkey, and eggs. So please tell us all about it.
Thank you. I'm Bill Powers. What's kind of interesting with the New York connection is where the convention was only 10 miles away from my family farm that's been in 8 generations. We moved to Delaware in 1968. And, you know, being a small state, we need to get money to do these things. So we got a specialty crop grant to do crates for education. And with those crates, it was to get on a hands-on learning on each crate. Including their objectives were increase in awareness in specialty crops, promote healthy eating, and forestry agriculture literacy, build long-term awareness and trust between farmers and consumers, the teachers' feedback, and student engagement. We did get feedback from both, and the teachers said it was great. Expanding partnerships with educators, state agencies, and local producers. Creating sustainable, scalable models for future agriculture literacy. just the disconnect. We're in a state that is urban and rural. Our largest industry in a 3-county state is agriculture. We're $11.5 billion industry. 8.5 is chickens, but $3 billion coming out of 2.5 counties of other crops. My wife and I just explain the disconnect. And a lot of the urban is close to agriculture. Years ago, we did a lot of farm tours, and we're mostly into protein. And you'd show a chicken, and they said, you know, what do you get from a chicken? They were pretty good, eggs. What else do you get from a chicken? Milk. And the kids are looking at you, and they're like, chicken, and they don't get it until you say Chicken McNuggets. And then they're like, how do they get them out of there? But it just shows, and the parents are just as much. And we need to work to build it up through. I mean, the kids need to learn. We're so disconnected from the farm. And from our board, we want to keep doing it. We worked it, a lot of it. We have a P&E committee. We have the Women's Committee, and we have a foundation. And pretty much they all work for ag education. We did 50 crates, and we probably will do more as we get sponsors. But if there's any questions, and Margie probably has one for me.
Any questions from the crowd about this program? What I love, yes, great, we'll get the mic to you. What I love about this is the tapping of funding from external places. As you said, you're a small state, your resources are limited, and what a great way to go out and look for partner funding. So, question from there, yes?
My question actually has to do with funding. Do you have a grant writer on staff, or how are you able to apply for those funds?
We have a really good person on staff that Margie has really helped her over the years. Michaela.
Uh-huh.
Yes. And we have won this, I think, 5 years in a row.
Mm-hmm.
That's a big part of it, you know. And I have a young staff. And I said it to, you know, one of the winners, the president. I said, you know, and they had a young staff. And I said, I hate to tell you, but we're getting old. I mean, when we first met was when you got hired.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So the staff person he's speaking of is not a grant writer. She's one of the jack of all trades, as many small state staff are. So not a particular grant writer, but somebody who picked it up and learned the tricks along the way. Her name is Michaela, and sure she'd be happy to talk to you if there's any connections that can be made.
What I didn't mention, these crates have a lot of things on the different crops, but we also have the strawberry book and have lessons from the foundation in there that we put together.
Now that's a great shout out to the foundation, because our Foundation for Agriculture, who has a booth, I'm geographically challenged, leaders stepping up to meet needs. And then we heard a real theme of collaboration and leveraging relationships with other organizations to increase the impact. So thank you for joining us today. We have been highlighting our New Horizon Award winners, innovative programs done by state farm bureaus in the past 2 years, recognized on stage but highlighted here with a little more information. So thanks so much for coming, and have a fabulous afternoon.
Farm Credit Council.
Absolutely. Thank you, Logan. On behalf of Farm Credit, our mission is to support rural communities and agriculture. And there is such a correlation between those who serve our country and those who farm our land. I think profile-wise, both are service-oriented, extremely hardworking, and frankly brave. We know that there's an outsized impact on veterans in rural communities. 19% of America is rural residents, but 44% of those who serve our country come from rural communities. So a really strong correlation there. We have been really proud of our support for veterans for a very long time, and we're so pleased to jump.
Grew into something more than what we thought it would, and we established a 501c3, Project Victory Gardens, as a nonprofit to expose veterans to agriculture. The Department of Defense has a Skill Bridge program, which is an internship opportunity for military members that are exiting the military, and it helps them transition into a new career. Right now we've placed 60 interns across the state.
As far as we're concerned, food security is national security. We've had a lot of unique opportunities to impact the lives of veterans and transitioning service members by getting them into agriculture, because veterans understand the importance of food security and the importance of our local food systems.
Agriculture is very therapeutic. If you're out on a farm, it's very hard to have a bad day. If you're bottle feeding a baby goat, you get your hands in the dirt, all those things just naturally are therapeutic. Farm Bureau, Farm Credit, and the South Carolina Department of Agriculture. Every step of the way, those organizations have helped us, and a really strong advocate for the work that we like to do. I have a lot of pride. There's a lot of people that have been farming a lot longer than us. There's a lot of people that are a lot better farmers than us. But what I think we're really good at is growing a community and growing people that want to continue doing that. In the military, you would do anything for your brothers or your sisters to your left or your right, and it's very similar in agriculture. We're not competitors. The rising tide raises all ships. Farmer veterans in South Carolina are here and thriving, supporting the community, feeding the community, and helping people know where their food comes from.
What an inspirational video and such an inspiration to our other veterans and our other farmers that are out there. So, in the video, you shared how, you're new to farming. Can you give us a little bit of background on, leaving the military and why you would choose to follow this path?
So good afternoon, everybody. When we were in the military, my wife and I both served. We did together 45 years, which is an easy way for me to say she did a year longer than me. And I spent a lot of time I did military intelligence, so I spent a lot of time in buildings with no windows, and you had to badge in and security, and I really just wanted to be in the sun, and I wanted to be outside. I wanted to put down roots and, finally have a piece of land that I could call my own instead of being transient. We really got into farming. My wife took a trip to Kuwait, and I took a trip to Tractor Supply. And so when she got home, there were baby ducks floating in the jacuzzi tub and baby chicks in the laundry room in a brooder. And surprise, we're farmers. And then we had to build a coop. We had a couple days, a couple weeks that the chicks were going to feather out and build a coop. And from that day that we had those, those babies on the farm, I realized that this was sort of the lifestyle that I wanted, the path that I wanted, where I had full autonomy. I'm working in the dirt. I'm working with animals. And when we retired into COVID. And so no ceremonies or any of that. It was. I mean, most of you guys were here when, you remember the days when the whole world shut down. Well, we had 3 teenagers on the property with us, and so we just started building fences because it was the only way we could not bury them somewhere, was we had to make them run out of all their energy, and moving 50,000 pounds of concrete and hundreds of fence posts will do it. And then we started really kind of getting into farming and doing a lot of research and looking into that. And so we wound up getting goats and just kind of a menagerie of animals. And we finally settled on Mangalitsa pigs. They're a heritage breed pig. They're heavy lard, and they're really well known for their charcuterie. And my wife is food service, and so what we eat is very important to us, and the quality of food is very important to us. And so this high quality pig is what we wanted. And somewhere in the midst of all that, we really found that we were missing our comrades, like the people that we had spent decades with. We were missing them. And so we started opening up our farm to veterans once a week, and we would have people come out to the farm. COVID was shut down everything except for farms, right? So we were still able to do that. And we would go out on the farm and sit and talk and just kind of decompress from all the stresses. And through that, we realized that we were really sort of onto something. We wanted to be around veterans, and so we established a nonprofit organization and really started being deliberate about how we were going to do these things. And we shifted more from the therapeutic side of it to the educational side of it, because we believe that the therapeutic value that's intrinsic in farming is there automatically, and that we don't have to be overt about it. We can be covert about it. But the educational side of it is what's important. And so we developed a couple of different programs. We run Farmer Boot Camp. We run an internship program. I mentioned that we've put 60 interns on farms across South Carolina. And because that's a program through the Department of Defense, it's free to the farmer. And so we are responsible for like $750,000 worth of free labor on farms in South Carolina in the past couple of years. And the impact that, just stepping back and taking a minute to look at all of it, when you guys were out there recording the video, the impact that we have is pretty surreal to think that somebody with just 5 years of farming experience can impact that much.
So, you start out, you start farming, and over those 5 years, you realize there's a need. There's a need for veterans. There's a need for veterans who want to become farmers, and that educational piece. And so you started Project Victory Gardens.
Yep.
Talk a little bit more about that.
Yeah, so Project Victory Gardens, it's a 501c3. We have several different initiatives that we use, or that we do, I guess. I don't know what the right word is. But we have several different initiatives that we work through, and one of them is a farmer boot camp, and it's 4 days, and it helps veterans understand the part of farming that a lot of us really struggle with. So we really focus on the business side of it, business planning, marketing. Most people can learn how to grow something, but where you sell it, how you sell it, what your price point is, what are your margins, those are questions that if you don't know going in, you might get upside down. And what we don't want is veterans to commit to farming and be $500,000 or more in debt before they realize that that's not right for them. We'd rather them come to our farm, see what we do, be part of it, go intern somewhere or volunteer on another farm, and then make an educated decision on whether they want to farm or not. And frankly, I think that a lot of the folks that have come through our programming are still farming. I could make up a number, but it's high. It's pretty high. I would definitely just be guessing if I made some sort of percentage. And that's very successful for us. But the ones that aren't farming is also very successful for us because they've moved on to do other things and they're not struggling with a farm that they don't want.
So, and as you've probably gleaned a little bit, Matt is a very, very humble person. And one of the aspects of the award program when we were developing the conversation with Farm Credit was, what the award would be. And so the amazing thing, thanks to Farm Credit's help, is that the recipient of the Veteran Farmer Award of Excellence will receive a $10,000 prize. So that, yes, amen. So, and to continue with how humble and amazing person he is and a part of the give it back spirit that is truly Matt Rudder, he's going to flow it through his foundation so that he can help more veterans that want to get into farming and that business plan and all of those pieces that he just talked about. So I think that's pretty amazing. The intent was that it could be for whatever the farmer recipient, veteran farmer recipient, wanted to use it for. If it was to buy a new tractor, if it was to build some more fence, if you've got teens that need some energy to be let loose. But I love the fact that he is re-energizing, reinvesting back into what he's doing to make it that much bigger, that much better, and to be able to help that many more veteran farmers. So I'm pretty amazed by this guy in general.
Yeah, that's going to be a really cool program that we're going to stand up in the next couple of months. So I'm actually a full-time college student as well, and I have to do some work on a research project. And one of the things we're going to do is a program that we've called Coffee and Chores, and we're going to bring veterans to several different farms across South Carolina and really look at the health benefits of farming from a academic lens, and see if we can partner with the VA or the Department of Ag or Farm Bureau or Farm Credit once we figure out how this looks on paper. And so that money is going to actually do that whole program. I think we'll be able to do all of it with that money, and it's awesome. We were really trying to figure out how we were going to do it, but also a pot of coffee wasn't super expensive, so we were going to wing it. But now I don't have to worry about that at all.
So as I was getting to know Matt better, we were having conversations, and I said, okay, so you're a farmer. Okay, so you're a veteran doing this veteran programming. Okay, you've got the 501c3. And you're in a PhD program. Let me just say, it made me reassess what I'm doing with my life. I know another organization that we partner with on the national level that we truly value the relationship is the Farmer Veteran Coalition. We have a VIP in the house, and Jeanette Lombardo, the CEO. So thank you, Jeanette, for the amazing work that you all do. And another thing that Matt has been involved with is Farmer Veteran Coalition. Do you want to talk a little bit about what you've done on the state level?
Yeah, so once we started farming and we realized that, we were missing the veteran piece in our lives, we looked around and we noticed that there is this amazing organization, the Farmer Veteran Coalition. And I don't know, Jeanette, like 50,000 members, over? 58,000 members. And back 2019 or so, I think, we didn't have a chapter in the state. And so my wife and I advocated for a state chapter. We stood up the state chapter. I was the president for like 5 years. I just stepped down this past spring and let somebody else take the reins. And I think our population, like our membership has tripled. We were over 1,500. At last time I saw the numbers, and we started just under 500. And so it's a pretty amazing organization. If you are a farmer and you're a veteran, it's free to join, and it's just a great organization. And if you're a farmer or a farmer veteran, you can also advocate for that. In South Carolina, we started an annual symposium, not quite as big as this, but we're growing. I think we had like 100 people last year, so we're working on it. We do an annual symposium, and we bring out, maybe 15 or so resource providers, and they work booths and allow the veterans to walk around and see what's out there, and whether it's through the USDA or the state departments or the veterans, the state and national veteran departments, Farm Bureau, Farm Credit, everybody has a table. And it's amazing how much support the veteran community has from the resource providers for farmers.
Yeah, and to that end, mentioned that Farm Credit will be there, and what are some of the other ways that Farm Credit is engaging in the veteran sphere?
Sure. Well, like Farm Bureau, we've been a longtime partner with the Farmer Veteran Coalition, and really proud of that work. I think it was about 10 or 12 years ago now, we worked with the Farmer Veteran Coalition to help roll out the Homegrown by Heroes program nationwide, a program where you can label your product that it's Homegrown by Heroes if you're a veteran, and help increase kind of the market value. So we've worked with the Farmer Veteran Coalition for a really long time, and really proud to support that excellent work.
Matt, a little bit earlier you mentioned the therapeutic side of, that farming can be for a veteran. My father was an Army Ranger when he served the country, and he left to be an ag teacher, an FFA teacher at a high school, and we had our family farm. And I've had conversations when we were thinking about this program, and listen, you want to make sure you're elevating and celebrating without using or abusing. And so I went to him and I said, well, how can we celebrate veterans and make sure that we're doing the right things? And so he was a big part of this conversation, but one of the things that he talked to me about was you see so many veterans in farming and agriculture because of that service, that commitment, but also how much it can help them as they're out on their fields, on their farm, and just the therapy that's part of that. Matt, do you want to share a little bit about what you've experienced as you brought veterans onto your farm in that realm?
Yeah, a lot of veterans, we sometimes come with baggage, but not everybody is the person that's homeless and all of that. A lot of veterans are thriving, and a lot of veterans are just a step off of thriving. And when we have people on our farm that are struggling a little bit, we just try to change their trajectory and help them move in a better direction. And like one example that I could bring up, we actually were running a program a few months back, maybe even a year ago, and we had somebody that had to miss a piece of the programming. And we're like, okay, that's fine. Why do you have to miss the programming? They're like, well, I have to go to this intake. They were homeless, and we didn't know they were homeless. And so it was pretty surreal because this person was attending our program and learning how to be a farmer, but they didn't have a home. And so we reached out to the people that we know that do that kind of work in the area that we're at and help make sure that this person was taken care of. And now that person is doing well and housed and working on trying to start a small farm. So it was a pretty powerful thing for me to see that somebody is homeless, but they still want to try to get back to their community and grow food for their country. It was cool.
Oh my God, what do you say to that? Wow. But that's a great example of the type of individuals that served our country and continue to serve their communities through agriculture. And that is the genesis of the award, and that's what we push for. And that's what we want to elevate and celebrate. So what I would encourage is, you all probably know a veteran in your farm or in your farming community back home. And so as we launch next year's award program this coming summer, I would love for you all to submit some applications. I know as we wrap up, so that I don't get in trouble for going over time, that we're going to have a little meet and greet opportunity for anybody who wants to talk to Command Sergeant Major Rudder at the AFBF booth just behind us. So any last parting words you want to share, Matt?
This is probably the most amazing thing that I don't know. I was so shocked when Mr. Duvall called. I was not expecting any of this, and I'm still really, I think, floating in like I'm probably pale, and when I stand up, I'm probably gonna fall. But we really, really love what we do, and we're passionate about it, and that's what we tell the people that we're helping figure out what their next steps are after the military, that if you're passionate about something and you stick to it, then you're gonna be successful. And that's what we're passionate about. We're passionate about growing farmers, and we're passionate about growing veteran farmers.
Amen. Yep, thank you. Ann, any last words on behalf of Farm Credit?
Well, on behalf of Farm Credit, Matt, a very sincere thank you for your service and for your passion and for allowing us to help be part of celebrating your story. Logan, thank you so much for letting us be your first call in establishing this award. We could not be more proud to be a part of this. Thank you.
All right, well, let's give Command Sergeant Major Rudder one last round of applause. Thank you, everybody.
Thanks, appreciate it. And yeah, come talk to me over at the booth if you want to. I'm happy to chat.
Yes, thank you again, Sergeant Major Rudder. And funnily enough, I too got started in farming with poultry in my bathtub. So we have that in common. But as we close down this session, I just want to remind you in about 10 minutes, we'll start our next session. What it's called, So You Want to Write a Picture Book, with our very own Julia Rico, who will share about how to kickstart your journey in writing and publishing a picture book. So stay tuned. All right, folks, well, welcome back to one of our last sessions for the day called So You Want to Write a Picture Book. And boy, is this about to be a really special session. We have with us Julia Recco from American Farm Bureau. She is it's a long title, so give me a moment. She is the American Farm Bureau Foundation for Agriculture Managing Director, and she's also a Feeding Minds Press publisher. Whew, glad I got that out. And she's going to talk to us today about how to kickstart your journey in writing picture books. And boy, is she a talent at that. If you've been to the foundation booth, all of those books in there, just about every single one she has touched, she has helped come to fruition. So she's got a lot of knowledge and experience in this field. So let's tune in to Julia. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Megan. All right, folks, we're going to get started and we're going to go quick. Keep up. So this is called So You Want to Write a Picture Book. And the first thing you should know, these words and pictures are experienced together. Picture books today are 500 words or fewer. If you're a nonfiction title, maybe you get 1,000 words. And they're around 32 pages, and so that's not very long at all. These books focus on a character with a simple plot and a simple action with very, very little to no description. If you add that in, that's a chapter book. Picture books have language that's rhythmic, musical, interesting, and fun to read because if you remember that first bullet point, they're read aloud over and over many, many, many times. And of course, the characters in these books should embody the worldview and the sensibility of young children because that is the audience for these books. So we're going to dive into some of these bullet points a little bit. The first is words and pictures together. I've got some examples for you to show you this. Again, try to just look at the pictures as we go. This is from one of my kids' favorite books. It's not an accurate ag book. It's called Truck Full of Ducks. And it starts, did you call for a truck full of ducks? Not me. I called for a mail truck. One brother, please mail very far away. And so you'll notice something about this book. It does not say, once upon a time, a dog wearing a hat who owned a truck filled his truck with ducks. It does not say that. It says, did you call for a truck full of ducks? No. And see how the words and the pictures are working together to tell that story. Okay, ducks out of the truck. See, I told you not to worry. Perfect timing, my dinner, ... Okay, what is the picture telling us in this image? We've got an angry fox. We've got some ducks that are sweating. One of them is riding a wheel. No words are being used to describe that. I couldn't leave you hanging, though. I had to show you the end. My dinner is over. It's time for my bath. So that ended really well. You can see how very few words these books have and how the pictures are used to tell the story. Here's another really good example. It has 5 words on this 2-page spread. It says, and he made a plan. Do you know what the plan is? I think you do. I think you know what the plan is. He plans to eat Grandma and Little Red, and none of the words told you that. You must leave room in your manuscript for the illustrator to tell part of the story. Here's a question that I get a lot. Okay, Julia, I understand the pictures tell part of the story, but I can't draw. That's fine. The illustrator gets to do the drawing. The illustrator gets to illustrate. And if you're an author and you sell your book to a publisher, that publisher picks the illustrator. And they give your words to that illustrator, and the illustrator does the illustrating. The author and the illustrator almost never talk to each other. That illustrator is creating half of the book themselves, and those words and pictures will come together to create the book. Moving on, simple plot, character, and action with very little to no description, as you saw in the slides before. Here's an example from a book called I Want My Hat Back. It says, my hat is gone, I want it back. That's 8 words. And what do we get? We have a character. Our character is the bear. We have a plot point, the hat is gone, and we have an action, I want it back. That's all. That's all we got, but it was enough. The story continues, have you seen my hat? No, I've not seen any hats around here. Okay, thank you anyway. Have you seen my hat? No. Why are you asking me? I haven't seen it. I haven't seen any hats anywhere. I wouldn't steal a hat. Don't ask me any more questions. Okay, thank you anyway. It is a simple plot with simple action and simple characters, but what's happening here is complex. Kids have a very good idea of what's happening in the world. They're gonna know what's going on here, and they know it's funny, because of course he's seen his hat. He's wearing a hat, it's his hat. I have seen my hat. When you are writing your picture books, you do not need to think of a whole chapter book or a whole adult novel. What you need to do is the craft of condensing. Condense into simple, simple, simple plot, simple, simple, simple action and characters. Here's a great example of another simple plot, simple character. If you give a mouse a cookie, he's gonna ask for a glass of milk. When you give him the milk, he'll probably ask you for a straw. And again, you can see how the plot is going on, but it's very simple. A lot of stories follow this structure, but not all. I could do a whole other section on picture book structure, but this is a good one to start with. And a lot of the books that we publish at Feeding Minds Press also follow this structure, which is problem and solution. And a good example of this is Little Red Riding Hood. We've got a character introduction of Little Red Riding Hood. We have a conflict or a problem. Grandma is sick. We've got a time when we raise the stakes. Don't talk to strangers, Little Red. Okay. And then she goes and talks to the stranger, telling him he's going, she's going to Grandma's house. And then we've got first 2 attempts to solve the problem, what big ears you have, what big eyes you have. We've got a third and ultimate attempt, what big teeth you have. He eats Little Red, that's the climax, and then we've got the resolution of the lumberjack who comes in to save her. Problem and solution, that is the structure of a very simple picture book. So when you are plotting out your picture book, think, okay, what is the problem? What is the conflict? What attempts are we going to be made to solve these problems? And what is the resolution? Plot versus story. Now this is really important because you can write a picture book that has a great plot, which is we get from point A to point B, and that's the end of the story. But what makes people want to read picture books, and what makes you want to read a book in general, is the character and the emotional journey that your character goes through in your story. It's almost more important than the plot itself. And so for that bear in I Want My Hat Back, he finds his hat, but the emotional journey that he goes from I'm a sweet little bear looking for my hat back to I'm seeing red, that's his emotional journey through the story. And it's what makes that story interesting. And so your character, especially in I Love Blueberries, I Love Strawberries, that's a great example of an emotional journey that character takes from determination and all of these problems that Jolie runs into finally having the blueberries at the end. Lyrical language. You can write a really good picture book, but what makes it you want to read it over and over again is the language that you choose, your word choice. And if you only have 500 words, you've got to be careful in the words that you choose. And you should make them enjoyable to read. And so think about choosing lyrical language. Again, you're going to want to read it over and over again. And when I say lyrical language, I don't mean it needs to rhyme. And truth to be told, you should not rhyme unless you are very, very, very good at it. Because that can kind of ruin the story if you are going along and all of a sudden you get a clunky rhyme. No one wants to publish those kinds of books. But you can add language that is very lyrical. And I have some examples for you. Here's a book, and it says, instead, they stopped beside a meadow filled with creatures wiggling and waggling, fetching and frolicking. Do you feel the rhythm in these words? Those 500 words that you choose, think about them. How are they going to flow? What do they sound like on the page? Do they sound nice being read aloud? Here's a different book. Some bridges are rickety, ratchety, swinging and swaying their way to beautiful, hidden away places. Don't you want to keep listening to that book? How beautiful it is. So think about the words that you choose. Worldview of young children. This one is hard because, maybe it's been a minute, this was for me, that you've been a young child. And I had an editor once tell me, when you're trying to get into the worldview of young children, crawl on the floor, because that is literally what they see. That could be part of their worldview. I mean, do what you need to do to get into your creative, creative juices flowing. But I also have some examples of what this looks like. This is from a book called Knuffle Bunny. It says Trixie helped her daddy put the laundry into the machine. And she did. Doesn't it look like she's helping? That's exactly what a kid who's helping would look like, right? Here's another example. Maybe you're familiar with the Pigeon books. The pigeon is a child, right? It's just someone drew a pigeon instead of a kid. Pigeon needs a bath. I do not. I feel clean. Maybe you need a bath. That's exactly what a kid would say when it was bath time. So when you're writing your characters for your children's book, you need to think, okay, is a kid going to say, Mother, I bathed on Tuesday. I needn't not bathe again till Wednesday. No. I feel clean. Maybe you need a bath. That's what a kid would say. And because your audience for these books is children, your characters should sound like children. And you need to think about that too when you are writing your stories. Here's something that's really interesting to think about. As an author, this is what you can control, the text. But it's only a third of the experience of that book. I showed you in the beginning how the illustrations also bring about a third of that experience to the book. But the last third is the child's own perspective and their own experiences that they bring to the book. Why are those accurate ag books over there so powerful to children who live in rural communities? Because they get to see themselves in those books. And that's not something that they often get to see, which is part of why they're so valuable to our community. And so you must also think too, what kind of experiences does my audience bring to this book when they are reading it? And how can I help be a mirror for those experiences or a door for folks who don't have those experiences when I'm writing? So here's something also to consider, your opening line. Here are a few that are really fun. Ben ripped open his present. That's the first line of a book. Okay, I want to know what's in the present. In the light of the moon, a little egg lay on a leaf. Maybe that one's familiar to you. It's very inviting. Your first opening line is an opportunity. It is an invitation for your readers to keep going. It should be a reason for them to keep reading. So you might work for a long time on your opening line, what it is and what it says. In an old house in Paris that was covered in vines lived 12 little girls in 2 straight lines. Maybe you know that too. It gives us a setting, it gives us a character. Things are a lot different around here since that unicorn moved in. Another one draws you right in. The sun did not shine, it was too wet to play, so he sat in the house all that cold, cold, wet day. Does that one sound familiar? It's the Cat in the Hat. Viola Louise Hassenpfeffer was not an ordinary princess. You see how these are inviting you in. What is happening? What's going to happen next? I understand this character. I want to know what's going on. This is George. He was a good little monkey and always very curious. 5 little puppies dug a hole under the fence and went for a walk in the wide, wide world. And the next one is a long one, but I think it's a good one to give an example. On a cold afternoon in a cold little town, where everywhere you looked was either the white of snow or the black soot of chimneys, Annabelle found a box filled with yarn of every color. We've got a setting, we've got a character, we've got a plot, all in one line. It's an invitation, it's an opportunity for your readers to want to keep going. And some of them have really wonderful lyrical language. So, when you are writing a picture book, here's what you need to think about. You need to think visually, because you need to leave room for your illustrator to tell part of the story. You need to keep it short, 500 words or less. when I say deep, it means that there's also room to explore some, deep emotions. A lot of things like, again, in I Love Strawberries, we go through determination, we go through disappointment. There's lots of things that kids can handle reading about. When it comes to subtle, you can also kind of take that route, like with I Want My Hat Back, right? That was subtle. Pacing. Every time the page turns is an invitation to keep reading. Keep it fresh. And when I say that, especially in picture books, a lot of topics have been done before. So if you're going to write a book about pumpkins, you better have a new pumpkin book idea. There's a lot out there about pumpkins. Remember to think like a child, and again, 100% leave room for the illustrator and leave room for the child to see themselves in that picture book. So here's what you should do next. Read. Lots and lots and lots and lots and lots of picture books. Go to the library, clean off the shelf, max out the card, read every single picture book. And then when you find one that you like, go to your computer and type out the words of those picture books and type out the pages that those words are on so you can see the pacing of the picture book. You can see the page turns of the picture book. And then when you've done that and you've found a structure you like and you feel inspired and you write something, you're going to read your manuscript to yourself out loud over and over and over again so you can hear the lyrical language you're choosing. And then you're going to have someone else read your manuscript out loud over to you over and over again. And I don't mean your mom. She likes it. She likes you. You find someone who doesn't like you to read your picture book and they're going to tell you exactly what you want to hear, exactly what you need to fix. And then you need to be prepared to revise it many, many, many times. Shannon Anderson's over there. Shannon, how many times did you revise I Love Blueberries? A lot? A lot, yes. Read opening lines, make picture book dummies, make 32 pages and draw stick figures of your picture book to make sure you've left room for your illustrator. Writing a picture book is a craft. It's not something you can sit down in one afternoon and knock out. It is very complex. And it should be, because this audience is very meaningful to us. These are our kids. We want to have books that are very good for them. Here are some resources that you can look into. Writing picture books, writing with pictures. A few of these books are for illustrators, but it's really cool sometimes to see the perspective of an illustrator, and so you can see what leaving room for them looks like, and so you can check out those books as well. Here are some other resources that you can check out, and the first one is probably the most important one if you're getting started. It's called the Society of Children's Book Writers and Illustrators. This is where you can get basic information about writing picture books. You can find critique partners, people who will read your story over and over and over again and tell you what they think about it and how you can fix it. It's how you can, hear webinars and go and meet other authors. It's a very good place to start. The 12 by 12 Picture Book Challenge is another great place for maybe intermediate folks who are looking to challenge themselves by writing 12 picture books in a year. The Picture Book podcast, Picture Book Summit podcast is free. Highlights Foundation has webinars and retreats. The Writing Barn has webinars. Inked Voices is another place to find critique partners. Publishers Weekly has a children's book podcast, and Publishers Weekly actually also has a newsletter called The Children's Bookshelf. And so you can see what kind of picture books are being purchased right now by editors and agents. So maybe you can find some trends in the market, or you can find an agent who could be interested in your book, or you can find a publisher who might be interested in your book. And of course, this is the best piece of advice there is, your own library. Reading picture books, dissecting picture books is the #1 thing you could do. You do not need a creative writing master's degree or anything like that to write picture books. You need to read 1,000 picture books so that you understand what it is and the craft behind them. If you're curious, this is what the publishing process looks like. If you, the Feeding Minds Press will look for manuscripts. And so first we'll find a manuscript. And after we find a manuscript, we will look for an illustrator that kind of matches the personality of that manuscript. And then once we have those in mind, we will write contracts. We must contract with the illustrator. We must contract with the author. And then once all of that is set, the book goes to editing. We use a professional editor, and we revise the book over and over and over and over and over again. And then after the book is edited, the pictures from the illustrator get put with the words. And then we edit those illustrations over and over and over and over and over again. especially with Feeding Minds Press, where we're looking for accuracy in that agriculture as well, specifically in the picture books. Then that picture book goes to design. The illustrator does not put the words on the page, the designer puts the word on page. So sometimes if you see a picture book that has like one word that's small and gets much bigger, like no, 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 like that was the designer, not the illustrator. They also set it up to be sent to the printer. Next, the book goes to the printer, and that can take 6 to 8 months at a printer. And once the printed book comes back, you need to prepare the metadata for that book. The metadata is things like author, illustrator, how much it costs, the description you're going to put on Amazon, the Library of Congress number. And then you need to work on marketing, and then you need to sell the book. So that's a lot of steps for a product. And it can take 18 months or more to make a picture book. It is a very complex process, but it's a joy, of course. It's one of my favorite parts of my job. Here's some things that Feeding Minds Press is looking for. We publish fiction and nonfiction books. We are not looking for books that I call Grandpa Explains It All. And this is what I mean by Grandpa Explains It All books. You know, Grandpa is giving Jolie a tour of his farm and telling her how everything works. While that's a very sweet book, what we want is that character to discover something, to have a problem they need to solve, to have their own agency. And that's what makes that picture book interesting, because kids want to see themselves in the book. They like Grandpa, but they don't really want to read a book about him or be read a book about him. It should be about that character and their worldview. These books should have modern agricultural practices. This is like preaching to the choir here, but we don't need cows being milked on stools and things like that. Of course, it should focus on a topic of interest to agriculture, and there are many of those. No talking animals. This is a big one for us. You know, animals don't talk, so none of that. No unsafe situations for kids or adults, kids shouldn't be driving a tractor. Don't tell me what happens in real life. We're not pushing that in a picture book. And you should know that magic and whimsy are okay as long as the agriculture or the food part of the story remains accurate. We have a book over there called Potatoes for Pirate Pearl. And that book has lots of fun, magic and whimsy in it, but all of the potato facts are true. So that's the important part of it. That's it. I've left like just 2 questions. If anyone has like 1 or 2 questions, I can answer. But again, I can't stress enough the true value of reading a ton of picture books and reading accurate ag books too, because if those are the kinds that you want to read, make sure you read them. You'll know what's out there. You'll know you'll not rewrite that pumpkin book that we already have. You'll be inspired when you see a topic that's missing. Someone asked me for a citrus book the other day. I was like, oh, I don't have a citrus book. Read the accurate ag books that are out there to see what kind of holes in the market there are for inspiration. Does anybody have a question? Yes? This file deck, I don't know how that works, but we'll try to figure it out for you. Or you can email me. My card is in the foundation booth. Yes? That's correct. Oh, sure. Yes. Okay, so this is a great question. If you illustrate, can you illustrate your own book? The answer is yes, sometimes. It depends on the publisher. When you submit to a publisher, you should submit only your manuscript. You can say, I draw pictures. Here's some examples of the book. If I drew it, what it would look like. Maybe the publisher will say, that looks great. We'll take you for author and illustrator. Or maybe the publisher will say, we really like this manuscript, but we are going to pick a different style for it. So thanks for those illustrations, but we're going to go in a different direction. So if you want control over that, then that's not the way for you to go. Yes. Yes. What is the process to pitch me a story? Well, right after this, I'll be in the foundation booth. But most of the time, we only accept submissions from agented authors because those folks have really, really honed their craft. It is a craft that must be practiced. But that is to say, sometimes you can just email me. I mean, pick up my card in the foundation booth. You know what I'm saying? Yes. I'm sorry, can you? Can plants talk? Maybe. Probably not, though. I'm guessing no. I mean, like, is it a dream? Like, there's, yeah, probably not. We're going to say no. Anybody else? Thank you so much for coming. I wish you very happy writing. And if you have questions, you can come find me in the foundation booth, where you can also find amazing, accurate ag books to purchase or just read, which you should be doing, because that's step one in your writing journey. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Julia, so much for all of that wonderful information. And again, if you want to talk more to Julia, she will be at the foundation booth for the rest of the trade show time, so please go and see her there. Thank you so much, and we hope that this inspires you to go and write your own picture books. With that being said, we are going to close out this session, and in just a few moments, we are going to pick our winners for the Member Benefits in the Scoop scavenger hunt. So stay tuned for that if you've been doing the scavenger hunt, so we can pick those winners and give away those wonderful prizes. Thank you all. We are going to get started with our Member Benefits winner. So it's time to announce our daily 3 winners of the Get the Scoop on Member Benefits scavenger hunt. First, thank you to everyone who participated today and visited our national membership benefits partners on the trade show floor today. A special thank you to GRIP, our newest member benefit company, for powering this scavenger hunt through the GRIP app. And thank you to each and every Farm Bureau member for supporting our member benefits partners. These programs generate over $11 million in total membership savings in 2025. In addition to helping farm families and businesses save money, these programs contribute to an estimated $1.4 million to support the Farm Bureau mission, including over $700,000 in revenue returned to the state farm bureaus this year as well. If you didn't get a chance to participate today, you can always swing by the Member Benefits Hub in the AFBF booth right behind us. So go ahead and check that out later today. To sign up and receive your scavenger hunt card, and maybe you'll be a winner tomorrow. We're going to announce 3 winners, so when you hear your name, please make your way to the side of the stage for some photos. And if any of our winners are not present, we will have their names posted in the booth, and then they can claim their prize later. With that being said, it is time to get to that selecting our winners, and to do that, we have Tara Beaver from Colorado. It's Tara Beaver Coronado from California. Farm Bureau, California Farmer and Social Media, and she's a content creator, and she's gonna help us pick our winners and give away our really cool prizes. So without further ado, are you ready?
Okay, I know there's got to be more people out there that did the scavenger hunt. I hope if you're on the trade show and you did the scavenger hunt, you guys got to come on over. These speakers are loud. I know you can hear me. We've got some really fun prizes. So the first one we're going to pull for is the John Deere Smoker. I hope everyone can fit this in their suit.